I'm a little rusty on it.
I'll hum it for you.
All right. Let's get ready to sit in my room and talk politics. How's everyone doing? Whoa, that's weird. Huh. Okay, you guys probably can't hear this, but oh, I'm having a monitor and output. I'm stupid. Okay, there we go. Jeez. What's up, Iceberg? Ay, ay, ay. I keep leaving that on because I have to check that. Okay. All right. Let's do the intro really quickly. Now that is this too bright? I feel like this is too bright. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whenever you might be watching this. My name is Josh, and welcome to my channel. On here, we talk news, politics, and current events. And we got a few things scheduled. We do have a debate coming up here. We're going to actually start with that. But just to give you a heads up on what we're watching today, I'm actually going to take a look at somebody mentioned that BBC interview with Elon, and I have only seen clips of it. So it might be interesting to watch. So we're going to watch that. We're going to watch Colin Noir on, I guess he was opining on a David Hogg speech or something. I don't really have much more than that. I mostly disagree with the guy. He's a 2A pretty extremist, so not my favorite. Not my favorite kind of 2A supporter. After that, I want to look at the riot that broke out in Chicago over the weekend. We're just gonna kind of looking at that and then see I suppose the other side of that story, with Tim Pool's coverage of it, which I think we can all kind of predict what that's going to be like. After that, for the first time, I'm going to watch a sunnyv2 video on this channel. It's going to be kind of on the same Mr. Beast stuff, but I heard this was a little bit better of a, this got a little bit more traction than even Ben's video. So we'll take a look at that. And then, let's see, Matt Walsh thinks that the Bud Light whole thing has been paying off for conservatives. I don't know how much I trust that. And, Michael Knowles is apparently very upset because a Muslim community conquered an American city, apparently. I didn't realize we were at war, but most likely this is more fashy talk from their end. But yeah, we'll do all that after we have a bit of a chit chat. We're going to be going pretty long today. Unless something comes up, probably be going to around 4:30 my time. So we have a lot of time. We don't have to rush through anything, but yeah, stick around for a minute. We're going to go on a break so I can bring them in, and then we'll get on to the discussion. So just hang out for a second, listen to the jams, to the vibes. We'll be back. my this is what we call being an amateur at a lot of this. If you subscribe to the YouTube channel, you know, I put up videos as often as I can, and I get a lot of pushback usually from conservatives, from people who disagree. Parsing out reasonable disagreement, or I should say substantive disagreement, can be a bit of a hassle. But the person who's going to be joining us today actually wrote me some substantive, like pretty long comments with actual concerns and everything else, and they were kind enough to give us some of their time. So why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, you can call me Jack or Foolish Homo Sapien.
Cool.
On YouTube, I have a couple different names. One of them is Tall Fry.
I like that
5377.
one. I like
Thank
Tall
you.
Fry.
Yeah,
That's funny.
I'm a taller guy.
I knew a guy in high school whose nickname on like Xbox and places was Big Swig. So
Big Swig.
yeah, and we asked him why, and he was like, "Because if you ever let me take a sip of anything, I'm gonna take a big swig." And I was like, "Okay, well, like the honesty." But yeah,
That's
so
good on, yeah. Yeah, I also wanted to real quick address that it's a bit verbose, or you could say like excessive. I think that I was a little excessive in the amount of ridicule. I probably should have just been like, "Hey, let's talk because there's some differences here." And like you said, it's very in the comment section you can get one-sided very quickly, where person's talking over the other person. They can't get anything in while the other person is posting all those comments. So I felt a little bad because I was like, this is this guy's business. He's trying to do something here and make a platform. And I felt like I was just excessive. And so we should keep in mind that there's another person on the other end of the line. Anonymity online can make you feel a certain way and get out of your own hands, sort of.
absolutely. I think I said this when we were going back and forth about it. It is something that so to give you a little bit of my background, I grew up so my parents are divorced. My mom is a pretty centrist, liberal. She doesn't really pay much attention to politics. My dad, on the other hand, is pretty conservative, and he's very steeped in that sort of conservative media bubble. It's something that he always is constantly engaging with. So I try to come towards, obviously I said it earlier, there are people who just kind of, go off in the comments and don't really usually make substantive points, and kind of let their already held, opinions kind of get, I think, the better of them, and generally don't really give you a lot to work with. Everyone kind of, sometimes you have those people who just, oh, you're such an idiot, or way to whatever lib shit, or they say whatever their comments are. And I try to approach at least the people who, like yourself, who actually have things to say, aren't just kind of popping off, as or at least popping off in a way that I can respond to, with that kind of grace, as if I'm talking to my father, because he's the person who every once in a while I'll text just to get his political takes on stuff. It's usually we have very different takes, but it's always good to keep in mind the person that is probably in your life that most likely either holds opposing political views or even just slightly contrary views to yourself. Just keep in mind, even when you're talking to people, even online, I think it's good to always remember, like, hey, there's like another person. There's, there are people who hold these opinions who aren't just demons or evil or whatever. They just have a different perspective. Obviously, depending on your perspective, I might be more aggressive, but that comes down to kind of you making that call.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I believe each person does have their own conscience and faculties that go along with their senses, and so you can judge a person. I forget exactly. I'm not too in depth in any of this, but have you ever heard of the ethos, pathos, and logos thing?
Yeah.
So yeah, like your ethic,
They teach you that in high school. It's been a while for me, but
you can judge a person's ethic, yeah, and kind of tell, like, oh, this person is KKK, and I don't have to pay them any respect, really.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of, when I watch Matt Walsh, when I watch a lot of these guys, they have a financial incentive to be as inflammatory as they can, to be as heavy-handed as they can, because that's just going to generate views and clicks. So I am a little bit less, I'm always going to be a little bit more, I guess, vicious to those guys, because they have a lot of reasons to never agree with me, or, in my opinion, some of them actively lie. So, but you know, that's for all of us to kind of, I guess, hash out together in some way or another. But yeah, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'd like to say where I'm coming from a little bit is it is very deep, a lot of this stuff, and a part of that was I was kind of offended initially, and where it really, the thing in my life I feel like where it's bubbling up from is my sister's kind of canceled our family. It has to do with my mom a lot. It has to do with the relationship mostly, but I don't know, it's just this division and stuff. There has to be some sort of mending and some sort of figuring out between the sides, and so it perturbs me, just the whole thing, you know.
I can understand that. Personal experiences are going to, I think, weigh heavy on a lot of people's minds, and weigh heavily on their, you know, where they land on this or that issue. There's a I don't remember if I said it to you or if I said it on stream, but we as people are incredibly contradictory and incredibly inconsistent, I find. You know, we're all kind of a, you know, amalgamation of our personal experiences, of our reactions to things, of the way, you know, we all unfortunately can't approach every interpersonal, you know, conversation, every interpersonal conflict with the ability to, you know, edit our words and kind of take it slowly. And sometimes, you know, people are brash, say stuff they don't even, I think, necessarily believe, but in those moments when you're upset, it's like, you know, so yeah, I can understand where it's a bit personal to you, and I respect that.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize, you know, it was excessive.
Yeah.
Too much posting.
Yeah, you're totally fine. But let's get into it. So what was the so let's get into it. So what was the I guess the comment that I made that you were trying to push back on, you know, to contextualize people?
Let me look here. I think it was mostly the okay. Okay, if you're born with the incapacity to give birth, that's natural.
Okay. I remember that.
Yeah, something along that. I think that there's potential in things like a seed to a tree. So it may not be a tree yet, but it's a seed and it will become a tree if nothing hinders it to become a tree.
Right.
And same with a woman that gives birth. Like, she might be a child, but everything is set in play and moving towards that direction.
Gotcha. Okay, so I think you mentioned at some point the before we went live, you mentioned the adult human female part. And I think that's kind of what we're talking about a little bit, is the, how are we defining females? Because Matt Walsh makes the strong statement, right, that there are males and there are females, and females are described by people with the capacity to give birth. And the part where I push back on that, and the part that I find it to be dishonest, is mainly that there are, in the trans woman who was talking to him in that live event brought this up, there are women who are incapable of giving birth. There are females who are incapable of giving birth. The having the capacity or the ability to give birth, I don't believe is the determining factor when we're talking about what is a female. So you might say, well, most women are born with, you know, like you mentioned, a seed with the ability to give birth. That's how most women, probably 98%, right? But there are going to be some that don't. And what Matt Walsh argues is that human sexuality, along with gender, along with a lot of things, unfortunately, from his perspective, we don't live on spectrums. He made the point of like if someone's born without a leg, that doesn't mean that creates a spectrum of humans without legs, but it does. Because if you are born naturally without human involvement, without us manipulating your development in the womb without a leg, that is by definition a natural a natural expression of a different amount of legs for humans. We can be born with only one leg. Is it common? Fuck no. But to assert that it's black or white, and it's something that he does a lot, is where I take a lot of issue.
Okay. Well, I would ask, can you really call Mother Earth then? Because the reason we call her Mother Earth is because she's the receptor of the sunlight and holds water and gives birth to things. So I don't know if we can call her Mother Earth anymore, because that's kind of the defining feature, that she's the receptor and takes something and creates something out of it.
I mean, if we're talking like calling the Earth Mother Earth, that's really more of a, I suppose you could say a pet name, or because we don't, like, if there are aliens who came down, right? We wouldn't say welcome to Mother Earth. We just say welcome to Earth. That's the name of the planet that we arbitrarily called it. But that's more of a, because understand the things that two of the things that you listed, right, to be Mother Earth, were taking in the sun and holding water. We all do that. All of us do. All of us take in sunlight, through vitamin D and all the rest of that stuff. And all of us hold water. A lot of humans are a lot of water. The birthing part is really only a third of that. So, that would kind of be one of those things where,
okay,
that's more of like a linguistic thing. That's it's like if you call your car, if you know somebody whose car is named Catherine or something, that's more of I forget the word when we kind of give human traits to things. I can't remember what the word is, but identify
anthropomorphization.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me. This leads me to the thought. Okay, what do you think about reproduction and the fact that homosexual relationships are not reproductive?
In terms of what I think about them, I think that they're a non-reproductive relationship in terms of their capacity to create new life. But being that we have systems of adoption, we have, quite frankly, kids who are in the orphan program, other things. This is a resource to, I think that, those kinds of relationships, if we're talking about child rearing, if we're thinking about what the role would be, these are perfectly applicable families for kids to enter into, as opposed to being in the orphan system. I really don't know if it's a net negative so much as it's a pretty net neutral in my mind.
Yeah, I guess if we were like the last 5 people on Earth or something, we probably wouldn't want to all go homosexual, but
right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so
I mean, unless we were all, if it was just 5 dudes as the last people on Earth, in which case we're just kind of fucked at that point. There's really no options.
Yeah, no options if you want to stay heterosexual.
Yeah. You've got the rest of your days, I guess just jerking off, thinking of the women who don't exist anymore. I don't.
Oh God, that's a rather round stone over there. Anyway, yeah, it's funny. Okay, well, man, shoot, I don't really know what to think. God, there's so much religious stuff that just flows through my mind. It is deeply integrated.
That's fair.
And,
I went to Catholic school for a lot of my at least a good part of my very formative years. So
Yeah, and don't they say that give me a child to the age of 7 and he'll be in the church for his life or something?
I think that's usually I've heard that before. I don't know if 7's the number, but I have heard the give me a child though. Yeah,
Yeah, it has to do with brain development and stuff. Yeah,
I'm sure. I'm sure it's also
it's,
just you give me a
it's
kid,
weird.
if you raise them in that background, they're going to be, they're going to hold on to a lot of that stuff. For a long time, we hold on to kind of how we approach the world, especially if you come up in a religious background. There's a lot of explanations of the world that I think are comforting to people. I think, and this might just be me. I think a lot about death, right?
Yeah,
Just because it's existential, all the rest of the stuff. But big part of why it weighs on my mind so much is because I don't have that, at least now as an adult, that comfort of an afterlife. As an agnostic, I don't really subscribe to anything. I kind of tend to go with the I have no fucking clue when it comes to any of the spiritual stuff. I'm open to somebody being right, but I don't think I don't think we're capable of making that call while we are still here on at least this plane of existence.
okay.
And what religion gives you is a lot of that security of an answer. And
Right.
As you get older, sometimes you move a little bit away from it. Sometimes you move a lot away from it. Sometimes you embrace that. I watched my grandmother die of cancer when I was around, God, what was I, 12 or 13? And for her, it was very comforting to, at the very least, believe and have faith that she would go into the next realm and, would see her later.
Right.
And
It served a purpose.
yeah. And I think there are forces, again, on our plane of existence that use that existential fear to, quite frankly, influence people to act a certain way right now. There's a lot of that. There's a really great podcast called Believe It or Not. They do a lot of kind of religious content, but not from like a bashing point of view. The person went to college to be like a priest for a little bit or whatever. But just examining that stuff from not a religion is bad, but religion from as a political tool can be quite damaging.
Right. I'm not advertising this in any way. It's very rough draft. But I'm actually working on an idea, maybe just to write this out, maybe even for just myself. But I don't know if you've ever heard of astrotheology, the zodiac and stuff.
Okay.
Man, look at all that. It's really weird. Judaism has a lot of ties to the zodiac. It goes way back, and I don't know what to make of it. But if anyone's interested, go read about that stuff for yourself.
I know my friend read horoscopes for a while. He enjoyed reading those every once in a while. They're written broad enough so that you can kind of get something out of it, and as long as they're mostly positive, you go out in the world thinking, oh, something good might happen today. Nothing happens, you kind of forget, I find. And when something does, you're like, oh wow, I was ready to meet that moment. So I mean, there are good aspects to it. Spirituality is complicated.
It's possible that maybe because Judaism is what Christianity comes out of, essentially, and then I don't know. It seems to me that maybe the zodiac is like the foundation for some of the psychology and ideas behind all of it. I'm not sure. That's not. I don't want to lead anybody on to believe anything, but go read it for yourself and learn about this stuff. It's weird.
Yeah, the history of that stuff, like theological history, is always very interesting. You kind of see where things take from other things.
Yeah.
But
you've kind of helped me think about things in a way.
Yeah, of course. Is there any questions I can answer? Any insight I can give you on kind of a leftist perspective at all?
Okay.
I'm here to answer questions as best I can.
yeah, I know that you're not like the Almighty God or anything, but my sister,
Hmm.
why is she? Why is she? I don't know. It seems to me that people on the left, maybe the people on the right, just think they're so right, and these people have been so burnt by it that they can't come in contact anymore with it. But it seems like when people are confident in life, they're not afraid of approaching things, even if it's something that bugs them or whatever. But my sister has like completely boycotted us and can't talk
Mm.
to us at all. And I don't know how to get back in contact with her. Um, my mom, I don't know. She's a bit abrasive. My mom's kind of a bold character, let's put it that way. But she won't even
It's
talk to
fair.
any of us.
Mm.
So I just don't understand it, man. Maybe maybe out in the sphere of the mind and the consciousness, the collected consciousness or whatever, we should just be reminding people to not completely abandon each other and run away.
Right. So I would say, okay, so without asking what it is, what the interpersonal conflict is that's kind of causing this rift.
I think she has a pride flag outside of her house now.
Well, I mean, I suppose I have to ask, is she gay? Is she
Most
bisexual?
likely.
Okay.
She's never really, I think she's so afraid to tell us, but my mom has like given her letters and saying like we'll accept you, like, and stuff like that. I don't understand what's going on.
Mhm.
But
Mhm. And you said your mom was abrasive. Is she deeply religious?
yes. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
conservative Christian, and so the point of view or whatever is, um, I'm not trying to judge you. I don't say that that's right, but we can still love each other.
Right.
And I kind of, I don't know, is that just too underlying of a tone of like, I'm still gonna be telling you about Jesus and how you're wrong? What is going on here?
Okay, so I have a little bit of experience with this. So the problem with a lot of that is when people are coming out of the closet, when they're expressing their real, I guess at least to them, right? We'll go with whatever they believe their identity is,
Yeah.
who they are as a person.
Yeah.
The same way what they're looking for, I think, a lot of times is not this. I suppose it's a tentative acceptance. What they're looking for generally is a genuine acceptance of that personhood without the judgment that they now face. Or to put it better, if you brought if you brought a nice young lady home, right? A nice, she goes to church, she wears, kind of more conservative clothes, whatever. You brought like a trad wife home, right? Your mom would
Mm.
probably approach them with a lot of respect and a lot of, I suppose this, not unconditional, but this warmth and not this I suppose the conditions would be met for her to treat them in a way that your sister doesn't feel like she's going to get treated if she brings home just a girl, a regular, just a regular gal. And
Mm.
and that dissidence, I think, bugs people because go back a year maybe. I don't know when this conflict began, but imagine one day your mother probably unconditionally, or at the very least from your sister's point of view, unconditionally loved and cared for her. But now there's this, well, I don't agree with the person that you are, but I do still love you. And it becomes, for a lot of people, it becomes this awful feeling of, I haven't changed. If anything, I've changed less. I'm now more of the person I am. And because of being more of me, I've lost that unconditionality of my parents, my mother, my father, whatever's love. And that's really hard to get past for people because you've grown up with it. You've grown up with there never being strings attached. That there was never this, you've done things that your parents have disagreed with you. But what have they always said? I don't care, I don't care what you do. You're my son, you're my daughter, you're whatever. I go to the ends of the earth. And now you're getting the answer of, I'm not sure if I really agree with you being all of you. I liked when you were, I liked when you were you, but as I conceptualized you. It's not meeting somebody in their own personal conception. And that's really tough for people.
Yeah, it kind of comes down to like, because I mean, the Christian faith and stuff, if that's part of the problem, like the thinking process and the way that she's approaching her, like even if it's just implicitly,
Right.
it comes down to like who's going to condone who. And I'd say my sister's younger, and you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Like, I just don't know what to. It's an explosive situation in the world. It's crazy.
Yeah, and this is also the thing. She might there is a, I don't, do you mind if I ask how old are they, like in college or college age ish?
She should be 28 now.
Okay, so she's probably out of the house then. There is an element. So what I would also, for you personally, in terms of your relationship to your sister, I would definitely say that there might be some space you need to grant them for them to kind of understand like how they're going to be approaching the world. Because when you're, especially in your older, I'm 30 now. I've lived out of the house for quite a long time now, most of my 20s at this point. But my relationship with my mother, as an example, didn't really get better until I put some distance between both of us. And I started kind of, the next time I interact with her, I'm not just her, her son that, she used to make all the decisions for, and now she doesn't get to. And when she doesn't agree, she doesn't get to just make me do what she wants to do or make me do what she'd prefer. I'm now a whole ass person with a whole ass life, background, job, everything. We're approaching our each other on equal playing field. And that might be why there's this big disconnect, because they need to find for themselves who they are before they can try to figure out where you guys fit in. If there's, because you might think, well, I don't care. You're my sister. You do what you want to do. It's not, that ain't, like you're my sister. I love you regardless. And your mom might not quite be there, but that relationship is going to be different. And your sister needs to be able to come to that relationship with you as a whole person, the same way she's going to need to come to your guys' mother with that whole person, that whole identity, basically.
It's like if you love it, let it go, and then it'll grow and come back or something,
Yeah. And the thing that people, I think I've had a few conversations with friends who don't quite, they've said that about like their exes. And I'm like, no, that is not what you need to be thinking. That they are your ex, you move on. But gone. It's, trust me, it's a whole episode. But yeah, the grace in that is not that you should be looking forward, I think, to them coming back to you, because, after you've moved out, after you've, gone to school, done all these things, you are not going to come back the same person. You might have if you're a parent, you might have let your kid go as a Pidgey, and they come back as a Pidgeotto. Like, they're going to come back maybe not fundamentally different person, but they're going to come back with a lot more growth, a lot more world experience, a lot more just experiences to so when you talk to them, they're going to have more, a lot stronger opinions on almost everything. You're just going to go through more as you live life. And for parents, it's hard to see that person who you were the person giving them those experiences. You were the person that was guiding them to, now they've gone off and probably experienced things you never did. And now you're on the side of being educated by them. And that's uncomfortable for people too.
Yeah. So you're recommending like in the famous words of Kurt Cobain, come as you are.
Yeah.
And just welcome them, as they are. Don't expect anything. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, they're when they're ready, they'll reach out to you, and you can always reach your hand out to meet them, but you got to let them come to you. You have to let them say, okay, I'm ready to, I'm ready for us to be, brother and sister in the adult way of how people are brothers and sisters. Not to use my family as too many examples, but, my mom doesn't talk to my uncle now because they had a big falling out and they've never been able to reconcile a lot of those issues. Not due to the same thing as a lot of it was, they got into arguments when their parents died and, my grandparents, and, that kind of conflict sticks with you. But eventually, and I've said this to my mom, eventually, you grew up with this person, they have memories with you. As long as you're there ready to catch them, eventually they'll want to, I think that kind of familial bond, I suppose, is always going to be there. They just need you to be ready for them as they are now.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully any of that was helpful. I don't have siblings. I mostly work on the experience of people with other people with siblings, but
this has made me look at it a different way. I feel like, I feel like there are people on the left that are too upfront and abrasive, and then I feel like there are definitely people, and I'd call Matt Walsh one of these people that are just maybe a little bit too upfront, and it's just causing more conflict, more chaos, more confusion. That's not what I'm about.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people, unfortunately, who have fallen down. To give an example from, I don't know if you know who ContraPoints is. She just put out she's a leftist video essayist. She puts out like 1 to 2 videos a year that are pretty long form, but she talks about briefly. There are people out there who get sucked into these really abrasive movements like a Matt Walsh and such, and they end up losing their families. They can't relate to their kids, they can't relate to their wives, they can't relate to their local communities anymore. They live so much in this politically driven space, and it costs them a lot, and they've gotten to the point
there's like a horrible thing behind it too that reinforces it, where it's like oh well, the other side's just brainwashed, and like both sides are saying that, like it's crazy.
Yeah. And a lot of it also is sunk cost fallacy, if you've ever heard that. A lot of it is, if I've done this much, because you hear it a lot from QAnon people too, who are kind of reformed.
I know what you're talking about. Go on.
Yeah. Well, you've dedicated so much of your life. You've dedicated so much of your time, your headspace, your concern, your everything to this cause of, whether it be QAnon, whether it be the creeping identity of trans people, whatever it is. And you've dedicated so much to that. And if you were to turn back at this moment because your family pushed back, your family was like, hey, this isn't healthy for us, whatever, you're too far gone. You're like, what is this all for? If I lost, I have to be right. They have to be sacrificing kids and drinking, what was the shit? The whatever, the blood. They have to be drinking kids' blood, because if not, I've just wasted my entire family and ability to see my kids, everything else, on nonsense, and nobody wants to feel that way. So you protect yourself by it really fucking sucks, and those people are victims to that kind of rhetoric.
Yeah, it's all assumptions. Like, I mean, the drinking the blood and everything. What pictures have you actually seen? What people do you actually know? This is all hearsay from, a 25th source,
Yeah, and it's all from like a message board, and a lot of the people who fall for this stuff are the people who told, someone like me growing up, don't believe everything you see on the internet. And what do? They see some posts and they're like, that's it. They're obviously Democrats are drinking blood. You have somebody in office like Marjorie Taylor Greene who goes out there and is like, the Democratic Party is the party of pedophilia. And it's like, how do we reconcile with this? This person is really out there. And unlike some dipshit on a message board, she can write laws. She can propose laws And that's what makes that movement dangerous. It's why I push back very hard on them. But when it's when it's regular people, you softer hand, obviously. But for Matt Walsh and guys like that, there's a reason why I go so hard on them, because they're putting a lot of people and they're pushing them down that kind of down that path to losing everything, for Matt Walsh to make some money on having 1 million views or whatever on his YouTube channel. The only person who benefits is Matt Walsh.
It's hard. Yeah, skepticism. It's a good tool and a bad master.
Yeah, and I don't know what these, like I also want to say I'm hitting a lot on the right in a lot of their kind of extremism, and in terms of the left, there is a strain of the left that has a very militant streak in them. Now, I think a lot of that is justified in terms of responses to certain things, but I also do think that there is a
very emotional.
It is. You have to figure these people, there's a lot of trans people in the United States right now who you don't know if you have a right to basic health care for yourself, depending on the state that you're in. That's not a thing I worry about. If I go to Alabama, I know that I can get, whatever kind of healthcare, might be a little bit shittier, but whatever healthcare I need in Alabama, as I do if I'm in Maine, as I do if I'm here in Colorado, as I do if I'm in Oregon or something, right? But if you're trans, you go to, there's an entire state of Texas where you're just fucked. You're completely fucked. You can't get any of the healthcare that you need. And, now you got to figure out, oh, well, do I move? And then you have moving costs and everything else.
Say that the identity, it's opposite of what their body is.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are people that transition and are very upset that they've transitioned because now you cannot put your breast back on or reassemble your penis.
To a degree, yeah.
I don't know. I just say put a lot of thought into that before you go doing that.
Yeah, and I don't think the problem I have is we have a lot of legislators and we have a lot of rhetoric around this country that we shouldn't allow people to figure this stuff out. That's my big problem. They've been banning. I believe it's in Wisconsin. They wrote a law that they marketed as a law to keep trans care away from kids, because there's the general understanding that children are not capable of making the decision to transition. Now, that's not something that you see often at all.
We need to lower the age of consent then. It needs to go down to however the age is for them to transition, because it's all sexual and it's all, if you're going to be able to transition at age 10 or lower even, then what's the difference between playing with those parts and someone else? I mean, I don't know, because that's a lifelong decision, just as getting an STD is. You have to have the discretion for, is this how I want this to be for the rest of my life, and consequences and everything. So that child must be able to comprehend that. So we'll have to lower the age of consent as well.
Well, to that, I would say, there are kids who get nose jobs. There are kids who get, who have mild plastic surgery to fix random things. The age of consent for kids, I actually believe the medical age of consent, at least, it varies from state to state. I think on average in the United States, it's somewhere around 16, is when you can begin to make medical decisions for yourself. Up until 16, it's mostly up to your, at the very least, you have to get a parent's consent. So I don't, the age of consent, are we talking in terms of like, do you mean like age of consent to have sex? Because I do think in some states it is lower, because there's an understanding of like, look, if they're 15, if they're both 15, we don't have a problem here. The kids at 15, fuck, I've heard kids at like 12, like, getting into that stuff with other 12-year-olds. That shit's wild to me. But, if it's a 12-year-old and a 12-year-old, I don't, as long as they're well educated and they understand, they've gotten proper sex ed, then I got no problem.
I'll tell you where
it's
coming from. It's coming from my concern that adults might try to have sex with children, and I think that, like, logically, consequences and decision making, if you're capable of doing that with your genitals and your body at that age, then the adult could argue, well, he can comprehend and consent to the consequences that we might have from having sex in a relationship and being part of each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's just love. It's just love between an adult and a child. I
So
don't really agree with that.
right. So let me make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So you're worried that if there is a parent who would allow their minor to medically transition, which is to get, top and bottom surgery, that you think that those parents are,
Well, it
I
would have
guess,
to, because
angling to.
the the kind of argument that they're making is that the
Mhm.
child is the one desiring the gender affirming care, so that the parent
Right.
has to accommodate them. So
Hmm.
then, I mean, the child might say, well, yeah, I like, Danny, the 35-year-old, let me do this,
Right.
um
Yeah, but we already
yeah.
have we understand as a society, I think, that obviously 35-year-olds and we'll say 13-year-olds is not an acceptable relationship. And unfortunately,
I hope so. I hope
yeah,
so. That
well,
that was the standard norm for, a lot of this gender affirming care and stuff 20 years ago, but now it's not.
so in terms of gender affirming care, I know right now it's all really actually pretty mild. The care that you're going to get is socially transitioning, and the maximal like actual healthcare you're going to get is hormone blockers for the most part until there's a decision on which gender you would like to inhabit, basically. um
Right.
but there are states, I would need to look it up really quickly, but I know there was a state representative arguing for the allowance of the marriage of 12-year-olds.
Yeesh.
And their argument was like, oh well, I know 12-year-old married couples are still married today, and he's obviously
Right.
referring to probably his grandparents, to which it's like,
Mm.
yeah, in the 1940s, I'm sure that happened. Do I
We know.
think that that is a proper format for the rest of the country? Not at all.
Yeah.
And admittedly, what we don't see is, if I'm being frank, we don't see that with parents whose kids transition.
Mm.
Parents whose kids transition, they just transition, and that's pretty much it.
Mm.
The prevalence of minor predation usually comes from, these are coming from. Usually, you see it from like uncles and like kind of farther distance family members. You sometimes see it in schools. I hate to pull this card, but you do see it a lot in churches. That
Oh yeah,
is sadly
Catholic.
something. Yeah, that is sadly something we do see in churches. But in terms of parents of trans kids, I don't know if I've seen one example to this day of somebody who allowed their child to transition and then, they, sexually assaulted them.
Yikes. Yeah. Well, we know that there are pedophiles, and I think we have to be
Yeah,
very careful that
yeah,
as this discussion goes towards sexuality and younger, we have to be careful that these people that are in the closet, that we think are bad, like, it should stay in the closet in the darkness somewhere that we don't see because we don't want it at all.
right.
And if it comes out of the closet and says, hey, let's make this happen legally, that's something we have to be careful of. Yeah.
Yeah. I can understand that. So I'm curious. You said you keep saying sexuality. So I'm curious. So when we're describing trans affirming care, and when we're talking about trans kids, I want to make the point that what trans kids and what trans people in general are arguing doesn't really have anything to do with sex necessarily. Um,
Mm.
I don't know if I'm sure you've heard it before from other channels. But the delineation between sex and gender, are you aware of the differences between those two things?
Yeah, so gender would be, um, like, biologically your gender, that would be penis or vagina, correct?
So no. Okay.
And
So here's where we can educate a little bit. So when we talk about
mm,
sex is going to refer to generally your secondary sex characteristics, which is to say, your reproductive
parts
organ.
only. No? Okay,
And
okay.
yeah, so that's going to be your reproducctive organs.
I've got
And
them backwards.
also, if you're a woman, You probably have, you have breasts. If you also are a woman, you generally are a bit, or if you're a female, I'm sorry, you're usually a bit smaller in terms of like bone density and a few other things, right? So those are going to be childbearing hips. That's going to be what refers to as sex. Gender is going to be referred to as essentially your social role. So gender is going to be, if you're, if you're a man or a woman, whereas sex is going to be female and male. Trans person is changing their sex. What they're changing is their gender presentation, essentially.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that there's two classifications, and one is physicality, and the other one is how you display yourself, and that might be, easier said as persona.
Yeah. One's gonna be more biological to a point, and the other one is purely social. It's why if you've ever heard, if your dad ever was like, a real man does this, right? There's a reason why man is not just a flat term, that nobody is just one kind of man, and there's not one kind of man. As a good example, what is it? Men have beards, and men have short hair and muscles and whatever else, right? I have long hair. I right now don't have a beard, but I usually have a beard. But I'm also not tall. I'm not the most muscular person. But like what defines man is like is a myriad of different things. Whereas when we're describing male, we're generally talking about if you have a penis and a number of secondary sex characteristics. Now, a lot of those sex characteristics can be changed in terms of, because those are going to be determined by the hormones that you get washed with while in the womb. So when you pop out, you get your dick and you got your short hair, whatever the fuck. But if you were to take, if you were to not take testosterone, sorry, I couldn't remember what it was, as a youth, and you swapped over to estrogen, you would start to grow some of those secondary sex characteristics for females. Now, obviously, you can't. The baby making parts are pretty much get determined unless you're intersex at like pre-birth or so. But everything afterwards is pretty malleable.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the testosterone and estrogen. I did have the mixed up the sex and gender. I had them opposite.
Yeah, they're easy to mix up. People use them very interchangeably, and in normal parlance, in the outside world, it's not really a big deal to mix them up. It's nothing happens. You're not going to burst into flames, or nobody's going to stretch out of their window on the street and yell at you that sex mostly refers to biology and gender is social. But in terms of writing laws and kind of how we organize society, we do need to delineate between those two things so that we can properly capture the full breadth of our society. Right.
So in a sense, we're actually kind of acknowledging that a human being is a vessel of perception, that it has a view, which is your two eyes and your ears and your senses. It's all coming into a singular place. And that vessel might have a sex, but as you perceive things and you're a perceiver, you can perceive yourself even. And then this might morph into something else, which that would be your gender changing and being fluid, or yeah.
Yeah, and you've heard people, I'm sure you've met effeminate men before. Sometimes they end up being gay. Sometimes they're just feminine men. But sometimes they are in their conception, when they look at themselves in the mirror, when, they stare at themselves in the mirror and sing that song from Mulan, they're like, I would feel better if I was a woman, if I wore nice dresses, if, I think about this a lot, especially when I play video games. Right now, I just started, well, not right now, but recently, I don't know if you play video games, but
yeah, I have it in the past, yeah.
Yeah. If you've played Cyberpunk, or if you've played any RPG, have you ever wanted to like play the female character? Like, who
Yeah,
wouldn't?
mix it up a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, why not? Like you're I probably spent more time doing the character customization for my fem V than I did my male me. My male V, I picked some stuff. I didn't get too in depth with it. My female
Well,
V though,
he's all
I
about
spent some
utility.
fucking time. Yeah, I spent some fucking
Your-
time. Made sure I
your guys just get the
want it
job
to
done.
look fabulous. I want it to
Yeah.
look good for me. And that's how a lot of people, when they look at themselves, they go, this is the person I want to be. And it's not insane to think that there's some people who their genuine life experiences, yeah, like, I can get by on just playing video games and playing the female characters in RPGs. But for some people, that is a genuine thing that is an experience that they want to have. That's an experience that they would feel more comfortable in. But we all
Here's
kind
an
of
interesting-
understand a piece of that, I think.
Yeah, an interesting question. I think. What do you think about like in relation to the ancients and stuff? They would worship deities that were feminine or masculine and stuff. Um, well, if it's a spectrum and everything, I'm fine with that. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just wondering, the far left, let's say, being feminine, the far right being masculine. Um, what are these things? Like, what is the variation in between them, and what are the far ends of them, being feminine and masculine? Like, just what is that? I don't understand. Nature's weird.
I mean, nature is pretty weird. I would say, without knowing specifically what you're talking about, like a specific example, I would say, you go back in time, and as we developed as people, right? As humans went from, chimps or whatever the fuck into, into what we are now, regular Homo sapiens, I suppose. You have to figure that there were people who were living amongst others who were still in that previous group, meaning there were also people who were in that previous evolutionary stage living with people who were then in the the newer evolutionary group. And because of that, because of those two kinds of, honest to God, evolutionary tracks, coming together and living amongst each other, you have to figure there was probably not this really hard and really, I guess, stationary identity as people. There were, you have to figure there were feminine-ish people and then more masculine-ish people, but everyone kind of looked androgynous to a degree. And then, as we became Homo sapiens, there were just wildly more feminine looking women. And then, and then there were wildly more masculine looking men. And there wasn't this kind of in between our evolutionary tract. And, something I try to approach and try to think about always, or keep in mind, I guess, is we are, as a species, we're very used to, and we're very good at kind of categorizing and trying to group people based on similar traits. But when you take a broader look, and when you try not to always be boxing people into this or that box, you look and you're like, there's so much fucking variation when it comes to people, between just height,
Right.
hair length, even people from same cultures that you would think, oh, they probably look very similar to each other, one might say. But then you look and you're
live in
like,
a
there's
veil.
all this fucking variation, even amongst ethnic groups. So like, humans, we are so malleable, I think. And I think that's where a lot of people get really, maybe you can speak to this. I feel like there is a conservative, I guess, insecurity around the idea that we as humans are incredibly malleable creatures in the space. Like I feel like that is something that it's like that's a bit,
I agree.
worrisome, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is worrisome. And it's fun. It's very deeply integrated into like some of the most fundamental ideas in psychology. I think why, um, shit. So what you're saying? Repeat it one last time. Sorry, just the last part.
No, I'm just curious. Maybe you can speak to this. Like, what about the malleability of humans is, like, I guess, gives
Right.
somebody
it's,
with a
you
conservative
said-
worldview a little bit more
you said
insecurity about
conservative.
that. Hmm.
the key is in the word conservative.
Hmm.
It means conservation or keeping. And I mean, we're coming out of a Christian dominated world. I mean, there was crusades, it was dominated by Christianity. And so the conservatives, the people we're talking about, are most likely Christian because they're conserving, they're keeping the old thing.
Right.
Um, they like tradition, and the tradition
Hmm.
is Christianity. And Christianity, I mean, fundamentally, it says that there's male and female, there's Adam and Eve, and uh, that's a very big deal to these people. And um, there definitely needs to be some sort of overhaul or change in the way people are seeing things, because what you just mentioned, there's so much variation, and walking around in your day-to-day life, I forget how you phrased it, but how I would phrase it is you can have a veil, you can have a lens on your view. This is psychological actually, where you can have presuppositions or like preconceived notions about people. You classify them in your own mind as like, oh, this is that class or that class, and it makes it easier for you to sort things in the world.
Right. And there's a value to
So
that. Yeah.
there
There's
is a
value
value
to
to
that.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm just sitting here wondering in my mind, like, am I being too stubborn? Should I just call people by whatever, strange to me pronoun that they desire, whether it be Z or Zam,
Yeah.
whatever, just to make the life
I can
easy.
almost promise you, you're gonna meet no, almost nobody using Zers. I can almost promise you in your everyday life. Honest to God, even meeting someone who's trans is very rare. Um, not a large percentage of the population, but a part of the population we need to still respect as part of our population.
Okay. Yeah, and I will try to do that. I've been a different sort of way in the past, and after this conversation and everything, and just with my sister and this whole period in life, um, the religion it is that I've followed so far, um, it's just causing conflict. And although I don't necessarily, in certain ways, from my own perspective, and that's why I'm heterosexual, agree with these things, it doesn't mean that I have to go around causing conflict or being non-negotiatory. I should just say, what do you want me to call you? Okay, life's easy now.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be all that complicated. And in terms of in terms of religion and everything else, there's a lot of good values that I know I've gained from my initial religious upbringing. A lot of those is a lot of that to me is offering people the grace of their of their space, of their identity, of their personhood. And it's something that you know i I don't want to say that I feel like the church has gotten away from, because I don't actually believe that. There's a lot of Christians out there who go to good churches filled with good people who hold their beliefs, and that's their beliefs, and that's how they approach the world, and I totally respect that. And there are others who go to I think more damaging churches, more militant churches. And at least through my religious upbringing, that was never what Jesus was about. At least, if I'm being really frank
Well,
with
there's
it,
so many of these.
it
There's
was
so
it
many.
was it was it was never love thy neighbor unless that you think they're weird. It was never it was always love, acceptance, and grace, and everything else that I took from it. And going to Catholic school growing up, we never talked about, people say, oh, well, in Christianity, it's a man and a woman and da 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 da. And it's like, that's nice. That's fine. If that's for you, that's for you. I'm not religious or whatever, but that's fine. But even so, we didn't really talk about it when I was in Catholic school. It wasn't a conversation, it wasn't a thing we needed to have, because we're not concerned with people who aren't of the faith and their life decisions. Those are for them to deal with. They'll answer to God on
Right.
that one. That's always kind of
Well,
been my approach to it, to a degree.
I'm very fractured on the Christian thing right now, because uh, I don't know. It seems very occult to me, and I'd almost rather just look at it from the light that it is, which is it's all symbolic. That's how I've started to feel. I don't know. Tell me what you think of this. Marriage, a male and a female, the two sides opposite of the spectrum, meet and marry, meaning that they will not separate. and then that creates them a space in life where two things are never moving. So like life is like this big chaotic ocean, and then you have a female and a male, and they're tied to one another, and the tying creates some solidity in the chaos. This is all like super occult. I don't know. I've just been researching a lot of occult and stuff and what it might mean in relation to um, religion, and it's very strange, man. It's very strange. I just feel like they're piggybacking on the mythological power, and it all is really just solar worship. The Son of God, Sunson.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, a
I don't
lot
know,
of it,
man.
yeah. I mean, I would always say that the actual teachings that you probably read as a child, I would say hold on to those. There's a lot of value in those. Um, but keep in
Don't throw the
mind,
baby out with the bathwater.
yeah, I mean, keep in mind, we're constantly reinterpreting, there are people constantly reinterpreting and coming to a new understanding, as the way they put it, of the Bible and the Lord's word and all this stuff. And at least what I've come to realize is, the Bible is a text to teach us certain things. It has stories to teach us certain values and to give us a way to approach the world. And then there are people who,
Yeah.
let's be honest, would like to use a lot of those to maybe buy a yacht, maybe buy a jet. If you've ever seen any of these super church guys, this is the commodification of faith. And I see a lot of that in our politics. You have with like the prayer breakfast in DC every single year, that those guys are influencing it. If you've ever seen if you have Netflix, there's a documentary called The Family. It's very interesting. It's based on like a book that a dude did a whole bunch of research on. But it's about the people who put on the prayer breakfast, which is this bipartisan, very Christian oriented gathering that they do once a year with a lot of people from Capitol Hill. A lot of times, including the president of the United States, where they come together and they talk Bible stuff. They talk, the not just the word of God, but how do we spread the word of God? And they've been found to be supporting some, like some really sussy, dangerous, like genocidal stuff over in Africa. There's a lot of there's a lot of ways. Yeah, well, there's just a lot of ways people use others' faith as a tool to attain their political and, quite frankly, ambitions for power, and
Consciously or unconsciously.
yeah. And it's trying to discern all of those things. You gotta, like I said, I got nothing against religion. I'm fine with people having their religious beliefs. It's just recognizing when someone's taking advantage of your beliefs is super important to me.
Yes, I agree 110%. Yeah. Yep. Well, wow. I've had a great talk, man.
Yeah.
Shoot, if you ever want to talk again.
Absolutely. Just hit me up. I've had a couple people on multiple times. I got one kid who comes in here every once in a while. He's like 15. I'll give him credit. He knows, he's got a lot of, he pays attention to the world, which I appreciate. The youth understanding the world and at least trying to explore it from a political standpoint, I think is in a way good. It's got its drawbacks to a degree, but yeah, I always love talking to people. It's a lot easier to have these conversations and explain stuff than mouthing off in the comments section, I suppose.
Yeah, I apologize for that, man.
No, you're fine. I didn't mean that as a call out. But I get in there and I rib people who don't really make points and who say stuff, and I'll usually rib them. I look at it as a lot of fun. I'm one of those sick people who will dive into comment sections and just and start poking people. Yeah,
I maybe do it to like 20 channels a day.
Yeah. It's very fun. It's very fun. But I
glad
appreciate you coming on and having the conversation. Yeah.
You got some thick skin, man. I honor that too. I respect it.
Yeah. I knew when I started doing this, I was like, I gotta have thick skin. Which, sometimes, when I'm offline, I really feel it when all it is pushback, but You might have seen with that other person, they said something. I was like, would you like to debate? And they don't comment anymore. And that's one of those validating processes for me is, whenever anybody has some strong pushback and I'm like, cool, you don't think I make good points? You don't think I know what I'm talking about or I'm an idiot? Why don't you come on? And then radio silence. So.
Yeah, man, you've definitely helped me see a different perspective on my sister and the situation and everything.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
good
I'm
to
glad I
talk
can
about
help.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there has to be talking about it, man. The dialogue, the dual logos, the in the service of truth, the two people coming together to try and reach truth. You've helped me. This is like therapeutic, man. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. I think I did one of those like personality tests a long time ago in like high school, and I think I got like the mediator. So I'm assuming that's why I take to this sort of stuff. I like hearing people talk and
That's awesome.
talking through issues and stuff. It's important to
That's
me,
good.
I suppose, or at least what I enjoy. But
Beautiful.
But either way, I'll let you go. Get on with your day. I got a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay.
I got stuff I got to read and whatnot, and we got some videos to watch. So should
I
be
gotta
fun.
clean. Yeah, I gotta do all sorts of friggin' errands.
Hey man,
Anyway.
sometimes those errand days. I love those errand days. Feels good.
Yeah.
It feels good to like check off all those like things you needed to do. It's very validating, I find.
You've reminded me I should be saying I get to, not I have to.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I didn't even catch that from myself, honestly.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, of course.
Well, have a good one.
Yeah, thank you. You do the same.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you some other time.
Yeah, talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, that was pleasant, now wasn't it? You see, to all the YouTube commenters who say that I am a shit lib and whatever else, I'm a reasonable person. Hey, what's up, Drew? Let me know when we're going to that baseball game, buddy. Okay, let me address Sol Invictus's point. Okay, let's see. So okay, let's actually go from the top here. So transitioning, excuse me, oh my god. All that water built up. So transitioning often focuses on alteration of sexual characteristics. Me and Tay here watching. Hey, what's up, Tay? How are you? Transition often focuses on alteration of sexual characteristics, such as having your penis turned into a vagina, which makes the distinction between sex and gender less relevant, no? No. So when we talk about, not quite, I should say, when we're talking about transitioning, right? What we are mostly concerned with, what the biggest thing we are concerned with here is the social identification and social role that somebody is going to be playing in terms of the secondary sex characteristics, or your having your penis flip-floppity and folded and everything else into a vagina. When we're talking about that sort of thing, right, what that is kind of the, I suppose you could say the self-affirmation half of it. That's going to be the, we don't go around, and you don't, unless you live in a town. I'd rather, let me know where this town is. Unless you walk around the town and it's just titties out all the time, right? You're not, as a biological male who transitions into a trans woman, you can do a lot of things to make it seem like you got the big old titties. But if you really want to take that extra step, if it would mean even more to you, I think, to get those kinds of surgeries, that's like the next big step. But the baseline, like just meeting people where they're at in the world, is the social half of it. Changing your gender doesn't really do much in terms of your, in terms of your sex. Your sex is always going to be kind of what it is. It's just your sex presentation might change after those surgeries. I said it during the conversation. We as humans are super fucking malleable. And I do think we could live in a world where sex and gender aren't, well, there are some people who are gender abolitionists. They don't want the hard gender the hard gender lines. They would prefer it to be, you have your sex, and you're born with a certain sex, and then you grow up and you become whatever gender you want. And I think that's fine. There is an argument that in the future we might it might not even be relevant, necessary, or useful to us. Gender might not be useful to us, but in the moment right now it is, and it's something that we use to identify people. It's a box that we put people into. And sex is also a box we put people into, but it's just, when we're talking about sex, it's usually we're talking about biological functions, and again, you need all of that stuff for healthcare along with everything else. Hopefully that answers your question. So not quite. We can make the difference irrelevant, but we do that through just kind of scrapping gender as a concept, because sometimes you don't need it after a point. We might not need it one day, which would be cool. But sex is kind of always going to be, I think at the very least from at birth, a way for us to identify people. Everybody cut each other some slack and listen to, yeah. Oh yeah, I saw that. Thanks, Tall Fry. I appreciate that. Or Jack, I suppose. I don't know why I said Tall Fry. I guess it's because I'm reading it. Anyway, okay, let me go on a really quick break to kind of reset, and then we're going to get into the normal, the normal parts of the show. So just give me like a minute here. I don't know if I need water. Might grab like a granola bar. But anyway, hang out for like a minute. Listen to the lo-fi. All right, we're back. Oh, also, okay. So I had this thought like right as I hit the BRB button, the transition button to go to that. I had this thought also. So Jack here mentions, he's like, I love my phallic nature. Walk around dick swinging everywhere, left to right, knocking women out all the time, right? This is also kind of the thing. Let's keep in mind, we as a society, with the medical technology and the medical advancements we have, the conversation around trans people is kind of weird to me in terms of their rights, because we have the technology to accommodate them now, right? If somebody's born without a leg, without any legs, if somebody's born like super messed up or whatever, we can accommodate those people now. And there's no reason why our society shouldn't be able to accommodate trans people, I think. Absolutely none. I went to a school, we had a program for, people with mental handicaps, and they functioned, they graduated, they went to classes, they did all this stuff. It's very different from the rest of us, but we can absolutely accommodate these people. And I think understanding that we can absolutely accommodate trans people, not just with their healthcare, but also in terms of how we organize and function in society. But I realized I didn't make that point, didn't really come up. Also, my lighting keeps shifting because it's daytime, which is really weird, and I don't have a big thing to black out the light. So the Lord The Lord is here with me, shining upon when I make good points. Anyway, all right. So, shall we look at the Elon video? Does that sound good? Yeah, I think that sounds fun. I think the Elon video sounds fun. Hopefully you think so too, because we're gonna watch it regardless.
So let's get down to
All right.
business, and we start with the exclusive interview that took place in San Francisco between Elon Musk and our technology correspondent James Clayton. It is one of his first interviews since he
remember,
bought
this is
Twitter
Iceberg who recommended
for
this,
$44
but
billion. He
somebody
defended
was
his
like, "Have you
decision
watched
to lay
this?"
off a massive number of staff, saying that Twitter only had 4 months to live unless drastic measures were taken.
Is that right?
In rough numbers, revenue dropped from 4.5 billion to 3, and expenses went from 4.5 to 6, creating a $3 billion negative cash flow situation, and Twitter having $1 billion in the bank. That's 4 months to live. So unless drastic action was taken immediately, this company is going to die and be owned by the banks.
Let's talk about that drastic action, because almost immediately.
Okay, so this is after he took over. Okay. So let's all remember. Okay, so let's kind of remember this. Twitter as a company, before, in a lot of Fortune 500 companies, a lot of companies that are traded on the New York Stock Exchange, right? A lot of companies who are on there, their profit margins aren't always incredibly high. They're not always super profitable. But what they are is they offer a service that people sell stock on. That's kind of how their value as a company is determined. So when this company is sold, that, you know, it'll be worth like X amount, even if it's not necessarily bringing in money. Now, the reason why there was this huge deficit for Elon is because he bought the company and then took it private, which is to say that its value was now not derived by the speculative nature of Wall Street and of its basically stock price. Now its valuation is based on its profit margin, which is a very different kind of way of determining if a company is healthy or not. Twitter as a private company would kind of be in trouble with the numbers that he just described. Now, granted, you can absolutely run companies in the red. That's a thing you can do by continuing to borrow money and by coming up with different revenue streams, of course. But most of their revenue that they made pre-Elon taking over was through ads and was through being a service that everybody used, meaning that it was valuable for stockholders to own stock in that company. But, you know, once it's owned by one guy, it's really just the profits and that's it. It's what makes him buying and taking it private just immediately a dumb fucking move, like a actually dumb fucking idea. Tesla, as a good example, probably we can't know this, but I don't know what how much money Tesla's making and how much of a deficit that they might be in, but it kind of doesn't matter to a degree, because the stock price, since it's a publicly traded company, is the thing that it's that's basically guiding any of its financial decision making. So keep that in mind.
You sacked
Let me see
a
if I
lot
can
of
find
Twitter
it.
workers.
Yeah.
And I spoke to them. It was very easy to speak to them when it happened. And the way they said, pretty much everyone said, is that it felt quite haphazard.
It was.
And it felt a little bit uncaring. I
wouldn't say uncaring. The issue is like the company's either going to go bankrupt, or if we do not cut costs immediately. This is not a caring, uncaring situation. It's like if the whole ship sinks, then nobody's got a job.
Right.
Yeah.
But a lot of people.
Now, keep in mind, Elon overpaid by about $20 billion. He can absolutely subsidize a lot of these workers. He's the richest guy in the world. This was a choice. Along with a lot of things in our economy, these are choices that we've made. Even the system that we have, it's a system of incentivizing certain kinds of choices.
People just lost their jobs like that. They weren't. They didn't even know they'd lost their jobs often. They were just
So
frozen out of their
you,
accounts.
What would you do?
Well, you might want to give someone some notice. I mean, you might. It's, by the way, I'm
Oh yeah.
not
Also,
running
that's
Twitter,
just like
but-
shitty.
but
That's
this
just
is the
being a
criticism,
shitty
and this is
boss.
what
I
staff
understand,
members say. A little bit of notice, you know.
No, I understand. If you have 4 months to live, 120 days. In 120 days, you're dead. So what do you want to do?
How much are you worth?
I don't know.
But I mean,
You don't know what.
we're
Fair.
talking about around the $200 billion mark. I mean, it's not
No.
quite. You're framing it in a way that you know that it had a few months to live. You're quite a rich man.
I sold a lot of Tesla stock to close this deal. I did not want to sell the Tesla stock.
In what was quite a lengthy interview, Elon Musk also said he is confident that
Also, it's also kind of like this. You also kind of got to look at it. Like, Elon does not have a lot of money in liquid, right? Like, his bank account is not whatever the fucking billions of dollars he has. That's not at all what he, like, it's not in his bank. What he owns is a lot of high valued stock in companies, specifically one of them being Tesla, right? And, you know, along with, you know, SpaceX and everything else. Although I don't think SpaceX is publicly traded. I could be wrong about that. But keep in mind, the same way, like, when you are one of these guys like Elon, who, you know, you own a lot of stock, you're worth a lot of money, that basically means that, okay, at any point, if you cashed out on the table right now, this is how much money you would have. But that money does not exist, and you do not have it until you cash out. So a lot of these guys live on credit. A lot of them live on credit and low interest rates, because anybody who's lending money to Elon knows that he can pay it back, and they offer him almost, you know, dirt cheap ass interest rates to incentivize him to borrow money from them so that they can get just a little bit more off the top from him. So also keep that in mind. These guys aren't like swimming in money. They're swimming in the concept that they have a lot of money.
the social media platform Twitter will become profitable again and advertisers will return. Let's have a listen to this.
In terms of advertising, obviously Twitter's not a private company anymore, so we don't really know how it's all going. Have all the advertisers come back?
Not all, but most.
And
I mean, you can see it for yourself on Twitter, even in the For You feed.
Right.
I mean, in the
in the following
Actually,
feed.
don't use For You because it sucks.
Right.
Filled with hate speech, I'm told.
That's not what I said.
Okay, fine. Well, why don't you use For You? What's wrong with it?
How is it going? Is Twitter in profit now?
No, Twitter is rough. I'd say we're roughly break even at this point.
And I think you've said before you see a world where you could be in profit. Is there a timeline on that, do you think?
I mean, depending on how things go, if current trends continue, I think we could be profitable, or, I mean, I'd say, to be more precise, we could be cash flow positive this quarter if things keep going well.
This quarter, as soon as that?
Possibly, yeah.
Wow. And do you have a message for the advertisers? I mean, can you say which advertisers haven't come back?
I think almost all of them have either come.
You know, I gotta say, I don't watch a lot of Elon. I don't listen to a lot of Elon. I don't see it, man. I don't understand it. I don't get why people are so enthralled by this guy. It is a genuine mystery to me. Not the most, like, am I crazy here? Not the most, you know, I'm not the most articulate person in the world, but I'm also not a billionaire, and I didn't go to, you know, Ivy League colleges, and I also don't own Twitter. So I don't know. I just feel like the dude should have a little bit more charisma if he's going to be the richest man on Earth. God, what does it say about us as a species?
Can you say any of the exceptions?
I actually don't know of anyone who said definitively they're not coming back. They're all sort of trending towards coming back.
But there are some that just haven't.
Jump in, the water's warm, it's great.
Keep in mind, he doesn't have to be honest about
That's
any
your
of this
message
anymore.
to the advertisers.
And he doesn't have to be
who haven't come back.
transparent.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, if Disney feels comfortable advertising, you know, children's movies, and Apple feels comfortable advertising iPhones, those are good indicators that Twitter is a good place to advertise.
I want to talk about if you have any regrets. And
Any
you know, I think
regrets?
you were booed at a Dave Chappelle concert. I think your own lawyer
A little.
said a little. Well,
Dude, do we have to watch the video? Stop lying. I saw that video. Where is it? Where's Elon? What is it? Dave Chappelle? Where is it? Is this it? Please tell me this isn't like muted or something.
Noise for the richest man in the world.
Jeez. What is... I want to hear the "I'm rich, bitch," but he fucks it up, I think. Doesn't he, like, fuck it up?
Cheers and booze, I see. Elon. Hey, Dave.
Jesus. I don't know about cheers, man.
Weren't expecting this, were you? It sounds like some of them people you fired are in the audience.
Good joke. Good joke. Dave Chappelle saving the segment.
Hey, wait a minute. Those of you booing.
Okay. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know if that was 50-50. That felt more like 70-30, maybe 65-35.
some say a little, some say a bit more. I think your own lawyer said you couldn't get a fair trial in San Francisco because there are lots of people that don't necessarily like you here.
Yeah, but you know, I have to say I was wrong. He was wrong, I guess, because I was acquitted by the San Francisco jury unanimously.
For what now?
So, yeah.
But I guess.
But look,
do you have any regrets?
Were we almost treated
buying Twitter?
to prison Elon?
I think it was something that needed to be done.
I mean, you said
it's
earlier
quite
that you.
difficult, you know. It's I'd say that the pain level of Twitter has been extremely high. This hasn't been some sort of party.
God, he's so boring.
It's been really quite a stressful
I don't know what I'm supposed to
situation,
respond to.
you know, for the last several months. Not easy.
God.
But apart from the pain, I mean, so it's been quite painful. But I think at the end of the day, it should have been done. I think were there many mistakes made along the way? Of course, you know, but you know, all's well that ends well. And so I feel like we're headed to a good place.
Now, keep in mind, okay. If you've used Twitter, and be honest here, is Twitter a better platform now? Because I've used Twitter. I don't use it that much. I've never been a big Twitter user, but I'm sorry. Every time I log on to that shit, there's like, it's fucking slow. I can't quite find what I'm looking for. I get I'm always seeing tweets from people I don't fucking follow. The feed's kind of a mess to a degree. Oh my God. All that water. You know, maybe it's just me, but and I've heard like the anti-Semitism and all the rest of that shit, you know, the is increased by some crazy ass number, which, yeah, when you don't have a moderation team, it tends to be a lot of riffraff that comes onto your platform. But like, I don't know, man, like you have to pay. Now you have to pay for something that you always had for free as long as you could verify your identity. I'm sorry, but this is literally, you know what this feels like? This feels like every video game that comes out, and you can tell that at the last second, the publishers were like, okay, I need you to pull out like 10% of this game and sell it as like Battle Pass DLC content. That's what it feels like happened to Twitter. Is it making more money? Probably. Is it offering a better service for making that more of that money? Not at all. The service has only gotten worse, and it's now become more expensive to use. It's just so weird. It's everything that I feel like people who hate you know, the monetization models in video games, they're just okay with it because Elon does it with Twitter. It's like, no, this is bullshit. Like, these are features we would have normally gotten in fucking vanilla Twitter. But now I have to pay for DLC Twitter to fucking get, like, even just 2-factor authentication. Like, for God's sakes.
You know, we're roughly break even. I think we're trending towards being cash flow positive very soon, like literally in a matter of months.
By the way, you can't believe him on any of this.
Returning.
He has the right to lie at this point. As long as he doesn't lie about on his tax forms.
Feedback from people that have looked at the open source recommendation algorithm, and we've made a lot of improvements even since that was made open source, and we're going to keep doing that. So overall, I think the trend is very good. So.
Well, let's unpack this further with our business reporter, Joao De Silva, who joins us from our bureau in Singapore. Joao, it was an extraordinary
Joining us from Singapore,
You and I were both watching it live. You in our bureau in Singapore, me in the studio here in London.
Here in London,
he had so much
here in
to say
jolly
about
old
so many
London
things,
town.
but when it comes to Twitter itself and the business, he does sound confident. He is telling us all
it's kind of
we'll
always
be back in profit soon
sounded
and advertisers
confident.
will be back.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But Elon Musk...
I always really love that fucking pause on broadcasts. Like they say something and the person just goes, yes. So, you know, and it's like I talked to people. I talked to Jack earlier. No delay. How can they not get this technology in broadcast? I don't understand it.
Did sound very upbeat in that interview. He talked about daily usage being up and yes, the company finally breaking even now that, according to him, advertisers are back. He told James at one point how the situation was bleak when he first took over, accused the previous management of running it as a non-profit, saying that the company had only, in his own words, a few months to live. And he said that, like other internet companies, Twitter was facing a massive drop in revenue. All of that to justify, of course, those controversial mass layoffs that we saw at Twitter earlier this year. He admitted that the headcount has gone from 8,000 to 1,500 under his leadership.
Now, keep in mind, I want everyone to understand, if you've ever worked at any job, right? If you've ever worked at any job, what happens when a lot of people leave that job and there's either no plan to rehire for those positions, or there's only a few spots that they're going to rehire for, right? What happens? All of that work, it used to be that all this work to make Twitter function, do all this stuff, was divvied up between 8,000 people. And now the work of 8,000 people is going to be divvied up around 1,000. Now, I don't know what the specific, like, actual work that has to get done is, but I can tell you right now, there is a solid chance that that is a, what's the word I'm looking for? Not unworkable. God damn it. I had it and then I lost it. What's the word? That is unsustainable, to say the least, I think. I don't think it's crazy to think that 8,000 people worth of work being done by 1,000 people, I don't see that being sustainable. Not at the quality that it was getting done before. So yeah, again, when I say the actual platform functions worse and now costs more, this is a function of that. Back when the company was publicly traded, didn't have to worry about all this as much, because as long as the stock price went up, the actual profits weren't nearly as important. But
thing is, many analysts are saying that medicine might actually be the poison that's hurting Twitter. Many people in the content moderation team have been fired, and advertisers fear that increases the likelihood that their products will appear next to toxic content on the platform. And we do know that major advertisers like Volkswagen, like General Motors did pause their relationship with Twitter earlier this year. So we'll have to really wait and see whether indeed Musk has reason to be optimistic about Twitter's future.
Yeah. And now, you know, the only way that they're going to make money on this platform is now by basically just charging for features instead of charging for ad space. It would be as if, you know, if YouTube got rid of, I mean, what, one, like you know, 7/8 of their staff, and now, you know, an eighth of their previous staff now had to moderate, had to you know, oversee, had to continually watch and keep an eye on this huge fucking platform. All the while they're like, okay, every time you upload, it's gonna cost you 50 cents. Like, what would end up happening? There would be a lot less uploads. The actual platform wouldn't be as populous as it is with content. You know, there'd probably be, if there aren't ads on that content, there's now not a way for them to actually make money. So again, if they got rid of the ads, now it's okay, we'll charge users, we'll charge creators, everything else. That is the direction that they're taking Twitter in. And I just don't know how sustainable that is, especially with the staff that they have. But you know, we'll see. I guess kind of I don't know. I can't say it was an interesting interview because Elon I don't find to be an incredibly interesting guy. He's kind of fucking boring. He's kind of dry. He has like no fucking charisma. I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't get it. I just don't get it. But either way, okay. Let's talk a bit about. Oh, I'm glad I learned to mute that. Let's talk a little bit about guns, because guns are always a hot button issue here in the United States. Recently, you know, thanks to the recent, I know I'm like adjusting this, I shouldn't adjust this often. Thanks to the recent, you know, mass shootings that we've seen in the last couple of weeks, obviously there is a movement led by David Hogg, survivor of I believe it was the Parkland shooting, who leads the March for Our Lives movement. It's pretty much just a gun control advocacy group led by a lot of young Americans who are, to say it the least, tired of the relationship that we have with guns and that they specifically have with guns here in the United States. I can absolutely, you know, I can sympathize. You know, it's a bit fucked how we have, you know, the relationship that we have, and unfortunately, kids in our country have to deal with the threat of guns being the main thing being the thing that is most likely to kill them. With this comes the pushback from Second Amendment or, quite frankly, gun advocates. I'm still, honest to God, I'm still looking for someone to come on and talk to me about the gun issue, because I find that every time I watch one of these guys, every time I watch one of these content creators, before their video goes on, there's like an NRA thing, and there's like, you know, sponsored by Smith & Wesson and everything else. And it just reveals that even these spokespeople, which I'm not super surprised, but they're kind of bought by the industry. They're paid advocates. I want to talk to somebody, and maybe that's you out there. Maybe that's you lurking in my comments or in my chat, who really cares about guns and your right to own firearms, but maybe don't have a financial incentive to do so. But for now, I work with what I have, which is watching videos from Collier Noir. I believe he's like a Second Amendment lawyer, to which That's fine. The law is the law. Because this is the thing. This is also the thing. I want to say this before we get started. There are two separate arguments that need to be had when it comes to guns. There is the social and moral, and I think the aspect of the conversation that is devoid of the Second Amendment. I think the Second Amendment and its interpretation is a different argument, but we need to be able to have a conversation on the merits of the of gun ownership and the nature of gun ownership in America before we deal with the, okay, now let's look at the legal half of it and hash that out, because those are two very separate things. And I find a lot of times you're talking about one thing, and these kinds of guys always want to shift to but the Second Amendment, and then when it's convenient shift back to the merits of it. And those are two very different conversations. I can't argue. There's not that much you can argue when it comes to the Second Amendment, because we have a Supreme Court that interprets it, and whatever you think of that, it doesn't matter, because they've interpreted it this way, and that's kind of the authority on that. But the merits of gun ownership are more of the, I think, conversation we need to have, and then suit our policy based on the conclusions we draw from that conversation about merits. Because any two-way activist can always say, well, the Supreme Court disagrees. Well, in that case, we shouldn't talk about anything ever if the Supreme Court disagrees with it. But we need to have these conversations. But either way, let's get into it. I like that he's wearing a shirt that's like a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, to which, yeah. And then he's like, it's just like, as on there, it's like, I am the militia. It's like, no, a militia is a group. You can't be your own. Okay. Anyway, let's take a look, shall we?
So the eternally prepubescent gun control opportunist David Hogg just tweeted this: "You have no right to a gun. You are not a militia. When you're talking about your Second Amendment rights, you're talking about a state's rights to have what is today the National Guard."
So, so he's coming at this from the legal standpoint, which actually I think that is a pretty fair interpretation of the initial clause of the Second Amendment.
"The modern interpretation of 2A is a ridiculous fraud pushed for decades by the gun lobby."
Okay, so nothing he said in there. Okay, so let's be really clear. Let's address this really quickly. Does the gun lobby push, advocate, and is successful in legitimizing their preferential interpretation of the Second Amendment? Absolutely. There is no argument against that. I don't want to hear, if he wants to argue that the gun lobby has nothing to do with the interpretation of the Second Amendment, he's full of shit. Because plain and simple, the gun lobby is a private interest group which spends money on elections, which spends money on elections. Sorry, I know I just said elections twice. On elections, on campaign ads, on campaign finance, on a lot of things. But also keep in mind that we have groups like the Federalist Society who also get their money from, well, actually, we don't know because they don't have to disclose that information. But it's not crazy to think that, are they probably taking some NRA money, or are some people members of the NRA or members of the gun lobby who also are involved with the Federalist Society? Almost no doubt. When it comes to the interpretation of laws, we are steeped in the moneyed interest that dictate a lot of how we interpret laws and what laws actually make it to the floor of any legal body in this country. So he is right about that. And also, I want to add, the Second Amendment was written at wartime. Keep that in mind as well. There's a reason they wrote that into their laws. You know, people say, oh, it was written in to protect us from tyranny. Well, yes and no. It was written in to protect us from tyranny, but specifically tyranny from the crown. Keep in mind, this was written at a time when we were being invaded by the British crown, by the British forces. So it's also kind of one of those things where it's like, wait, we had this experience. We probably need to put something in our legal structure to make sure that all the states are ready if that happens again. I think that's a fair reading of why that was written in there. But anyway.
I honestly don't like acknowledging this kid because anytime I do, it feels like I'm sparring with the intellectual equivalent of a 12-year-old wearing his father's suit. But he has a big following, and he uses it to spew tons of misinformation about the Second Amendment. And because schools these days don't actually teach about the Second Amendment, I feel it necessary to take it upon myself.
Well, they teach the Constitution, to which the Second Amendment is one aspect of the Constitution.
To debunk this nonsense. As much as I don't care for David Hogg, and as much as his gun control advocacy reeks of narcissistic opportunism, I can't take away the fact that he was a victim of a school shooting. And
also, let's get narcissistic opportunism, my friend. That wall of guns you have right there is funded from the paychecks you get from gun lobbyists, from gun advocate groups. So don't tell me that this kid who survives a fucking mass shooting is a narcissist and you're just an advocate. You have a monetary and financial incentive to continue to push for as loose of gun laws as you're told to push for. Plain and simple. Because if the minute you don't is the minute you're not going to get those checks in the mail, and the minute you're not going to get to buy all of those nice guns. Let's be really honest here. David Hogg has no financial incentive to push for any of this. He has an emotional incentive, certainly. But financial? No. Not a financial incentive.
No kid should have to experience that. And I hate that him and his peers had to experience it. So,
except that it was worth it
and
for
I get
his
the
Second Amendment
desire
right
to want to do something so that it never happens again. But David, you are now an adult, and people are going to hold your claims to the fire, as I'm about to do right now. Apparently, David Hogg thinks he is smarter than the Supreme Court because on June 20.
What did I say? What did I say would be the first argument? Is that it's the Supreme Court is the supreme. See, this is the thing. This is why they run to this. Because they will just run to the influence decision by the Supreme Court. And they'll sit here and they'll say, what do you mean? The Supreme Court is a non-biased institution. The Supreme Court is above politics. Everything else in between. It's bullshit. Do you want to know how Supreme Court justices get on the bench? They're nominated by presidents. Do you want to know how presidents are get to their positions? They're elected. Meaning that conservative presidents nominate conservative judges and liberal presidents nominate liberal judges. The idea that the Supreme Court is this nonpartisan, non-biased, apolitical body is and has always been a farce. It always has. What it has been is this tool by, quite frankly, anybody to legitimize through the authority of the Supreme Court their opinions if the court agrees with them. Which means he's going to say, he's going to do the, you think you're smarter than the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said this is the interpretation, which, keep in mind, an interpretation, their interpretation holds no more value than my interpretation, holds no more value than your interpretation. The only reason we take theirs at greater value is just because. They have opinions, they have biases, they have influences like everybody else. And there's this, sorry, I'm going to turn my AC down because I'm actually kind of getting cold. At the end of the day, they are influenced by all of the same things all of us are. Personal experience, moneyed interest, everything. Financial incentives, all of these things. The idea that your argument is, well, the Supreme Court said that the interpretation that I agree with is the correct one. That doesn't mean anything. I don't give a fuck. Tell me why that interpretation is better. Read the Constitution, liberal cream puff. Hey, why don't you come on and debate it then? I got no problem with you coming on. If I am such a cream puff, then you can come on and we can have a conversation about it. But until then, you can sit there and maul.
26, 2008, in the case of District of Columbia v. Heller, the Supreme Court explicitly stated that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to possess a firearm for lawful purposes such as self-defense within the home. If I don't have the right to own a gun, then the entire Bill of Rights means absolutely nothing, because the right to bear arms is literally the second.
Hungry for content. Well, I mean, I'm already watching this video. You just coming on is just me challenging you to have the conversation. You came in here pretty hot and bothered, which tells me that you think that you have the better opinions, or you have the better knowledge base, whatever. And I'm challenging you to back that up. I'm not going to pay you. I don't have money to pay you. I mean, I guess I could, but not going to. You know, I don't think, unless you think you should be paid for your opinions, but it's not going to come out of me. So. Okay. Is this the, okay. So we're going to do the ab homming, because you're not going to make an argument. You're just going to say, read the Constitution and a couple other things. Okay. That's fine. You'll forgive me for not really being that interested if all you've got is some ab hom and you know, and some read the Constitution. It's just not very compelling. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. In full effect. Ah, yes. Which hypocrisy would you like to explain? Again, at any point we can go back and forth with you you know, with you chatting there, or you can just come on and we can talk like adults. I have no problem with bringing you on, but you know, that's up to you. That's up to you.
An amendment of the Constitution. It says it verbatim: a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
What's funny about that is did you notice that he emphasized people in that? Like, we kind of just rode over the militia part. You know, it's always funny to me.
You can't state it any more plainly. It says the people, not the government, the people, not dogs and cats, the people. So unless you're now identifying as a
what does he think the army is? It's a group of people. What does he think the National Guard is? And every state guard. It's a group of people. Like, the Second Amendment is referring to each state having a well-regulated militia made up of people. That's kind of why it was written that way. Again, we can argue about the interpretation, but I'm not really that interested in it, because the Supreme, at the end of the day, he's just going to say, but the Supreme Court. Even though, keep in mind, there are Supreme Court decisions and the Supreme Court opinions that him and a lot of other people disagree with. But because they agree on the Second Amendment interpretation, they're like, nope, they're always right. But if it's on abortion, or if it's on this or that or whatever, then suddenly it's like, oh, no, oh, well, Supreme Court's, they're wrong about this, they're right about it. It's like, no, come on. They're not always right. They're not always wrong. They're usually just whatever it is, whatever biases that influence them. It's a flawed institution, a influenced institution by money, like every other institution in our government.
Binary cisgender dodo bird, you and I and the rest of the people have a right to own a gun. This is why I call David Hogg eternally prepubescent.
It's also funny, he always says own a gun. I didn't see the word gun in the Constitution.
Like a spoiled child. He doesn't even realize that he's literally saying you don't have a right to protect yourself. The Bill of Rights isn't in.
Whoa. That's not what he said. He said you don't have a right to a gun. You can defend yourself. You know, I don't know if this is like the weak, weak pussy bitch attitude of a lot of 2A activists and a lot of 2A content creators. But you bitches know that you can defend yourself without guns, right? You do know guns are like the easiest form and like least skilled form of actually defending yourself. You know, they're blunt weapons. There's all sorts of bladed weapons. There's all sorts of things that you can use to defend yourself that you have a right to use. The argument is that a gun is the maximal force multiplier that we have, that civilians have access to. And is that access dangerous? That's the real question. Is that access too open to too many people? That's the actual argument. Not this, oh, I can't have a gun, so I can't defend myself. You can absolutely defend yourself without a gun. It's absolutely possible. If somebody broke into my apartment right now, you know what I would do? You can't see it. Fuck, the door's open. Okay, so believe me when I say, behind that door is a really fucking heavy keyblade. If somebody broke into my house, into my apartment, if I didn't have my firearms that I do own, I'd just beat the shit out of them with that. I'm not going to sit there and go, fuck, I can't defend myself. I don't have a gun. God damn it. Like, it's fucking stupid. I don't know what this argument is. That's not at all what the owning a firearm means. It's just not.
A la carte menu where you get to pick which right applies and which one doesn't. You either have all the rights or you have none of them. As for us not being the militia,
how rights work.
My shirt and my hat says otherwise. So I guess it's
bam, fucking got him, liberal. My shirt says I am the militia. Fucking eat shit, lib. Wow, strong fucking argument. You wore a shirt. Amazing.
Only right. I use a Harvard article titled "To Keep and Bear Arms: The Origins of an Anglo-American Right," Harvard University Press, 1994.
So you read a book that reinforces your opinion, written and published by Harvard? Okay. Again, these are all like somebody else has held this opinion, which means my opinion is valid. I don't make the argument. God damn.
To demonstrate to you who the militia is. And I quote, "The Second Amendment was meant to accomplish two distinct goals. First, it was meant to guarantee the individual's right to have arms for self-defense and self-preservation. These privately owned arms
the only
were meant
guns
to
I
serve
need
a
right
larger
here.
purpose, militia service as well. And it is the coupling of these two objectives that has caused the most confusion. The customary American militia necessitated an armed public, the militia being the body of the people. And no, the Second Amendment."
So everyone's the militia and no one's the militia. It's a very convenient way of reading that. Also, once again, you can read whatever dissertation, you can read whatever interpretation you'd like. Doesn't matter. I would like to hear the argument of, tell me why you think this. Not the let me show you a bunch of sources of like other people's opinions. I just want to hear this dude's genuine opinion. Not, oh, well, the Supreme Court says it, so I'm right. It's like, no, Supreme Court is not fucking God. Chill out with that shit.
Amendment is not talking about a state's right to have a National Guard. That's just dumb. The National Guard can be called
concise facts. Liberal streamer stumbles on words, unclear points due to marijuana haze. you know, it's funny you'd say that. I don't smoke or really consume marijuana. Relies on emotion and feigning being flabbergasted. Ah, yes, the streamer. You are right. The liberal streamer. Speaking, making fumbling every once in a while because I don't have a script. I don't have editing like this guy. I can't edit out whenever I stumble over my words. I come on here authentically and make my points. And, sometimes they're rambling, sometimes they're not. I can't always promise that. And then there's the chatter who types out their message, fixes any misspelled words and, constantly gets to just sit there in the shadows until they're ready to make some other strong argument, such as I'm watching an edited video and I can't have a filter. Again, if you'd like to come on and have a nice chat, you're welcome to. But it just kind of seems like you're a coward. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Second Amendment with a side of freedom and liberal. Can't take it. My friend, trust me. I can take anything.
Called by the state and the federal government. Why would the founders write the Second Amendment to serve as a check against a potential tyrannical government, and then say only the body of people the government controls has the right to bear arms. That's
Could it possibly be because this was a document written during wartime? Could that be a reason? Could that possibly be? Could it be that they wrote into the founding of the nation the ability to call upon anyone that they needed at that immediate moment to pick up arms because they were, I don't know if you knew this, at war? Could that possibly be? Could that possibly, that's an experience that might drive you to do that? Might be an influence on your decision making, might be an influence on why you would write your texts in certain ways. Could be. Could possibly be.
moronic, David. But you don't need me to tell you that. I'll let the Harvard University Press tell you once again. And again, I quote.
Yeah, okay, sure. The one person at the Harvard University Press. He does realize that there are going to be, that if I go and look, there are going to be Harvard University Press documents printed that say the opposite of that argument. You can always find somebody who's published some work to agree with this argument, the same way you'll find anything from my argument. Like, this is just the, I have the Supreme Court, therefore, I'm more right. Oh, I have Harvard Press, I'm more. It doesn't. Just give me the argument. Why is it better? Why is it good? Why is this something that we should value in society? That's all I want.
Quote, the argument that today's
This is boring. I'm bored. I'm so fucking bored. Can we stop with the I have a quote from somebody else? Just give me the argument.
That is why I made this shirt and hat, because more people need to realize that the militia isn't some group controlled by the government. The militia is the people. And because I think it's so important
Are all people
for
the
everyone
militia?
to know this, I'm going to do something special for David Hogg
how can
and the
I
rest of
not
you.
be
If you
part
go
of
on
the
my site,
militia?
shop.mr.
Ah, there it is. Man, I wonder why he made this video. I wonder why. Again, this is, oh God. It's what happens when you have a financial incentive to push the same stuff. Because it's nothing I've never heard before. It's always the Supreme Court says. It's always this other thing says. It's always this. I just want to hear the actual argument. I want to hear why it's good. I don't care if the founders fucking wrote it. I don't care. I need to know why it's something that we should value and accommodate right now in 2023. What is the value of the Second Amendment? What is the value of the interpretation that he has of the Second Amendment to our society? Not that it's been validated by the Supreme Court. I don't give a shit about the Supreme Court's decision. I didn't give a shit when they overturned Roe v. Wade. I don't give a shit when they come to this opinion. I don't give a shit when they do anything, because the Supreme Court are not some supreme God kings who hand down decisions from the ether. I'm sorry. I don't believe in this dogmatic bullshit. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. It's like, just make the fucking argument. Why is this good? What are we gaining from it? Has it gone too far? What are the consequences? See, this is also the thing. Charlie Kirk already kind of let this slip, that every single year there is a number of gun deaths. And the trade-off to those gun deaths is the relationship we have right now to firearms in the United States. Our relationship to firearms in the United States costs us X number of lives. I believe it's 50,000, but I could be wrong. I don't remember the exact number. But every single day, actually, here we go. I know a number I can look at. Let's take a look. Where's the most recent one? No, where is it? Phenomenal. All right, the last 72 hours. Oh, let's just go today. All right, today there have been 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. There have been 12 people injured by some form of gun, along with, let me make sure I start, 4, 6, 7 dead. There are 7, we are now 7 people short in the United States due to our relationship and the ease of access to firearms. Now the question is that a number that you're comfortable with? Is that a number? And what the hell did I say? 12 and 12 injured. Is this a number that we as a country, we as a populace, are comfortable with? If we are, then we continue to move forward. But if we're not, it's a conversation that we have to have. It's a debate that we need to have in this country about, all right, look, we have guns in this country, we have a lot of them, but what is the cost to this? This is costing us children's lives. This is costing us regular ass citizens' lives. Are we not strict enough on who can purchase and own firearms? And and again, we have all this, but what does the conversation always devolve into? Idiots like this person who's like, read the Constitution. Why the fuck do I care about the Constitution? There are 7 people dead today. That's only today. 7 people are dead, 12 are injured. Now you tell me, is some text on a fucking hemp sheet of paper worth that? And if it is, then own up to that. Say it's worth it. Say every single school shooting, every mass shooting, every life lost, everything, all of it is worth it. That's all I ask. If you're going to say it's worth it, if you're going to validate that it's worth all of this death that doesn't exist in other countries, mind you, that still allow for gun ownership, but they have restrictions, then that's fine. But just own up to that. Own up to the actual consequences of what you're advocating for. Do we like our country? Oh my God. Oh my God. We like our country and our Constitution. Oh my God. You're so... Oh my God. Jesus. Seriously, do you want to come on? We can hash this out. I would so much rather we do this over voice, so at least I don't have to read all this. We also respect our founding. Oh, who cares? I don't care. They're dead. Who cares? They're not here. I don't care. Watch this. We like our country and Constitution. I don't care about the second one of those. It's a piece of paper. It's a founding document. Don't care. Honestly, the Bill of Rights is probably a bit more important. Which even then, yeah. Even then, let's see. Your side hates them, wants them to take... Yeah, okay, whatever. You can... Okay, sure. Burns flags in the streets when you guys get upset. Notice how we don't destroy entire city blocks and get positive media coverage. Armed with my opinions, are you aware of January 6th? Have you heard of this thing called the January 6th riot by any chance? Yeah. That whole thing where, yeah. You mean like that part where you guys vandalized a federal building and tried to, okay, how do I join this? Okay, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Finally. We have a taker. All right. Give me a second. Not what I want. I'm going to make the assumption that you have Discord. Okay. What am I looking for? Where's regular chat? Weren't you in? Didn't I have you on before at some point? I could be wrong. I recognize your username. So many libs I destroy asked me to join. Ah, yes. Well, this should be fun. Man, 2 debates in one day. Crazy. Fucking crazy. Let me make a new one. That might have accidentally closed it and then reopened it. Let me make sure this one will work. So many things. Now you're green? Discord.gg. All right. Hello. Shouldn't be muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. You're rather clear. Have I had you? Am I crazy? Have you been on before? Have we talked before? I feel like I recognize your username.
When would that have been?
I don't know. I distinctly recognize your username though, but doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter that much. So, Second Amendment, hit me with it. Hit me with it. I was begging for this before I started watching this video. I've been wanting to have this conversation with somebody. So hit me with it. The Second Amendment. Why should we not pass any gun control laws at all from this point forward?
Laws. We have enough laws and restrictions on guns. In fact,
Mhm.
we probably need to repeal some of those restrictions and laws. We need to have better access to guns and more access, not less.
Do you think that so are you under the belief that we enforce the laws that we have very well?
I think that there are ways to better enforce the laws that we already have, but I don't think that we need more laws. Because if we just enforce the laws that we already had, if we just did a better job of that, we don't need more laws. That's the problem. That's like thinking that we need to empower the like institute or agencies like the ATF, to be given more power to go out there and bust people for having firearms.
Right. Okay, so I'm curious. What gun control regulations would you support? Which ones are you okay with us having?
Just very simple ones. I mean, for instance, you can't let people that are clearly mentally ill to have
Okay.
access to firearms. Okay.
Do you support red flag laws then?
Red flag laws.
Mhm.
If a person is crazy, sure. If that, I'm not familiar with that. If that just means that a person who's a diagnosed schizophrenic doesn't have access to a firearm, then yeah, I support it.
Yeah, so red flag so red flag laws are not the way that they're implemented now is usually state by state. And some of the I guess applicable situations vary, but generally when we talk about red flag laws, it is the ability for citizens to report the, I guess, possible danger that somebody poses to not just themselves but to others if they are aware that they are in possession of firearms. So if as a good example, if your neighbor is, if you know that your neighbor has like schizophrenia as you used as an example, and you're aware that they went out and purchased a firearm, then you could contact the police. They can go and interview and talk to that person, and they would make the assessment on if they would confiscate that person's weapons for a time being, or if they didn't see anything suspicious, then they go about their lives.
I would rather it be that. No, I don't think that. I don't like that. I think it would be better if you were just prevented from having the gun in the first place. They should probably run some kind of medical background check on you, maybe. But in general,
So would you
though,
support universal background checks?
Sure, I don't think a lot of people oppose them. I mean, I think, but
I would agree. Most people don't oppose them.
Yes, but what people do oppose are, for instance, like the Beto O'Rourke and Biden doctrine, which is calling for, we're going to take away your guns and stuff like that, or we need an assault rifle ban. And this, it's like, first of all, the people calling for a so-called assault rifle ban don't even, can they even describe what an assault rifle is? Because it's like the people that have the most vocal opinions on this stuff, when it comes to banning and restrictions and stuff, they don't even really know much about guns.
Right, I can agree with that. There's a lot of liberals who don't know the, I suppose, intricacies, or the maybe a better word would be the nuance when it comes to the manufacture and the engineering in terms of firearms. But so I want to focus. So besides an assault weapons ban, I want to be really specific. Would you support a ban on AR-15 platforms?
AR-15 what? Say that again?
On the AR-15 as a platform. Because most of the times when people say, most of the time when people say assault rifles, what they picture in their head is going to be usually anywhere between like an M16 and the civilian model AR-15s, would you support
No.
an all out ban on those to civilian sale?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Okay.
I think
So
that, when it comes to banning, like, I understand that you can't have everything available, so sure, we shouldn't
Mhm.
allow civilians to have grenade lalaunchers and stuff like
Right.
that. But I don't think AR-15s should not be banned for civilian purchases.
Would you be okay with some restrictions on them?
Well, I mean, no, I mean, not really, because what do you have to really restrict?
Well, there are components that you can install into them that make them fully automatic weapons, which I think is
illegal,
a
isn't it?
again.
I think that's already illegal if I remember correctly. I'm not sure though.
I don't know if so the problem with a lot of that is you can usually manufacture different parts, and if it's distinct enough, the law can't catch them, unfortunately. There are things that the firearm industry innovates basically to get around the restrictions that we have, specifically because they still want to sell a fully automatic they still want to market to somebody who wants to have a fully automatic AR-15, but since they can't, they can sell a component, and if that component is is different enough in the engineering sense, then they can kind of skirt around that. Do you think that that's a problem?
No, not really. No, because again, you have to demonstrate for me how this is a problem and how it's
Mhm.
not in line with our constitutional right to bear arms. I just think that at this point it's just like nitpicking, because what you're really saying is like, well, the type of people that are into that type of stuff to begin with are usually law-abiding citizens. I think you'd
Right.
like the type of people that are like really into the for instance, militias and the Second Amendment
The very
types.
tactical stuff.
Yeah, those people are usually not out there breaking the laws or doing mass shootings or any of the stuff that people have a problem with.
Right. So the question becomes for me, when it comes to that, so the issue that a lot of people have when it comes to the AR-15, and it's why you see it a lot, is because, and I'm sure you saw the footage of the shooting in Nashville. It's an incredibly effective weapon to carry out any kind of mass death. Does that? I guess my question is, does that say anything to you, or do you feel like, well, they could have done that massacre with a Glock 19. It doesn't matter. Is that kind of the?
I think that there would have been just as many. I mean, I don't know how many deaths. It's like I can't tell you what would have happened if they used different weapons, but
Mhm.
it's conceivable that they could have caused just as much damage anyway. So why ban? It's a tool, right? You don't blame the car when somebody gets into a car accident. If they're drunk or something, like if they're impaired, and that's kind of what that is. It's like an impaired person had access to firearms and went on a killing spree.
Right, but so the issue I have when people say that guns are tools, what is the primary tool, or I guess the primary use case for a gun?
Ensuring liberty.
Which means?
I'd say just, standing back, standing by.
Which means?
I don't know why don't you just tell me like what you're driving at here?
Well, no, I'm genuinely asking, because like you say ensure liberty, but okay, how do you ensure liberty with a gun?
Well, I think a lot of people just, for instance, find them cool, or it's like, you
Hey,
like
I
someone that's
respect
gonna-
that. Hey, look. I respect the approach, or the understand, or just the approach of like, guns are cool. I like guns. I'm building a Samurai Edge from Resident Evil, if you know what that is. Like, I love John Wick movies. I've always grown, like, I come from a police family. I don't have a problem with guns. My issue is the ease of access that a lot of people have in this country. And I said it earlier, there's a cost tied to that. There's a cost tied to how armed our society is.
Well, I think that the trade-off is one that I'm willing to deal with because, like I said, the people that the vast majority of gun owners and gun hobbyists, those people are not out there doing the types of things that make the leftist liberal side call for gun grabbing. And the interesting thing about it is because it's like you have the people that are calling for the gun grabbing, right? But these are the same people that are like fuck the cops and all this stuff and ACAB and
Well,
it's
yeah,
like
obviously, fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Yeah.
okay, but then it's like okay, so you have that thought in your head, but then you also have the other thought that we need to do so we need to get these guns out of people's hands. It's like, well, who do you think takes the guns away?
What do you mean? Who do you think takes the guns away? We don't take guns away right now.
Hypothetically speaking, like who would do the gun grabbing?
Probably police, because that's who we have to enforce laws.
So fuck the police, but let's have them go out there and take away people's rights to bear arms.
Right. So, okay, if we're talking about like the ACAP, so if we're talking about police, the relationship that the police have to the neighborhoods that they, police. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word. That is kind of a different conversation. I'm willing to have it, but I want to stick with the guns really quickly, just because what I fail to understand is this is there seems to always be this I guess this idea of I guess you're trying to point out hypocrisy, but I'm not sure what the hypocrisy is. I want changes in police in the relationship that police have, but I also want less guns on the street.
I'm trying to point out that the people calling for this stuff haven't even thought it out completely. They don't even have a clear idea of what they're talking about when it comes to guns, and they haven't even thought about what that would entail, like in practice. So that's kind of the issue that I have with calling for gun grabbing. Why don't how about instead of all the energy that all these politicians and activist people that are part of all these NGOs and such, instead of calling for banning this gun or this and that, why not just advocate for better like mental health treatment or something for the crazy people, like the person who went in Tennessee, because a lot of that stuff they haven't even released the manifesto, so I wonder why that is. But that aside, I think that if you look at the individuals who carry out these acts, they're usually complete psychos, and so
To
you
a
have
degree,
this.
there's an element of mental illness with a lot of these, but that's not a universal motivating factor for even all mass shooters. There's a number of mass shooters who they're not, they might be sociopaths, they might be narcissists, they might be antisocial, but they're of sound mind. They planned out. They like even the person who carried out the Nashville shooting. As far as we know, they planned that out. They prepared for that. It seems like there was a motive. We don't know what the motivating factor was to that, but they seem to be at least in moderate well-minded capacity to go in and pass a background check.
Well, that's the interesting thing. I don't know why they don't release the manifesto.
I'm sure we'll hear about it eventually. I'd be interested to read it just because it's good for us. It's good for us to know. Good for us to know that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, because I think it's it reflects the violent pathology of the far left gender ideology. But I guess that would be a different conversation.
I mean, right? Yeah, I mean that would be a very different conversation. So are you aware of like the Sandy Hook shooting? I think it was like 20 people dead or something. A bunch of them small children.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've heard conflicting things about that. I don't know how many people were actually killed. I mean,
I don't remember the exact number. It's been a decade.
I don't even know if people were killed. To be honest, I haven't seen
really
the evidence for it.
What do you mean you haven't seen the evidence?
I mean, I've just seen, I've seen the so-called evidence for it, but I was following that story when it happened, and
Mm-hmm.
there's some very interesting discrepancies there, and
What
I think,
seemed shady to you?
yeah, I think some, there was good like journalists and reporters, like Infowars, that were early on the scene when it came to covering that story, and they pointed out some very interesting gaps in the narrative.
What's the narrative? There was a shooter. They shot some people. A lot of them
Yeah,
kids.
but if you saw the some of the pictures of the people that were there, right, that were
Mm-hmm.
victims or and such,
Right.
they were also photographed in different places at the same, like like at a different shooting, for example.
Mm. Really?
Yeah.
So
So what
so
happens?
so
What
they
happens
were
a lot of the time is
crisis
with
actors?
yeah, yeah. You're familiar with that? Yeah.
I
So a
mean,
lot of the time,
I've heard it, but I've never seen it demonstrated.
you know, you
That's
got
not
you have
really.
to do you got to do your research on that one. That's too much for me to explain right now.
I mean, I, I'm not. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to dive into that. Just because that's been pretty what's the word, refuted. The whole crisis actor stuff. Jones even comes out and says that he doesn't really
Well,
believe
he
any of
sold
that
out.
stuff.
So he sold
Well,
out. That
you
was
can look at
the
it as
old school Alex
selling
Jones
out,
was
or
better.
he was selling out earlier. It kind of just depends on how you look at it.
No, because they got to him. I think that they got to him. They had like too much on him, and so he had to kind of walk back some of the things that he like originally discovered.
So who's they?
The media censorship apparatus,
Which is
the constellation of large media entities,
such as.
CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, take your pick,
So
NPR.
so what did they do exactly? Did they shake
They
down
all went in on,
Jones?
for the most part, they all went in on defaming Alex Jones and casting him in a bad light.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he did go out there and say that a bunch of kids didn't die when they died.
And by the way, he owned Piers Morgan back in the day about on the topic of guns. If you've ever seen that, I don't know if you've seen that clip before.
I feel like I have, because isn't that the? I think I know which. I'm pretty sure I've seen the clip you're talking about.
That's the one where he tells Piers that 1776 will commence again.
Yeah, I have seen that. Oh, dude, that dude's a psychopath. But hey, he makes a lot of money, so.
No, dude, he was right, because Piers Morgan's like some British guy, and he's like, "You Americans have to do what we will tell you to," and Jones is out there like, "We fucked you up back in the 1776, and we'll teach you again." So like he showed him what was up, and like, Piers Morgan ran away with his tail between his legs.
I mean, Pierce Morgan. I'm not going to defend Pierce Morgan. He's not really a defensible person, at least from my view. But
Well, that's interesting, because he used to have a lot of opinions that lined up with the far left. And nowadays it's a bit different, because he's basically stayed the same that he was like 10 years ago. But it's like the left has gone so far left that, like, even people like Bill Maher and Piers Morgan get canceled by the same people that they cultivated. It's an interesting thing to observe over time.
well, you understand that in terms of political, I suppose one could say, in terms of the Overton window, or what is politically permitted to people, you're going to always throughout time kind of see any ideological group shift one way or another. We've seen the right shift incredibly far right. Same with, we've seen the far left see a larger upswing in their representation as well. It's kind of always happens,
Well,
always does
I
happen.
liken it to something like Frankenstein's monster. You create this thing that goes out of your control.
Interesting. So once again, I gotta ask, what is the so you're comfortable with the trade-off of the amount of gun deaths we have in the United States? to get back on
most of
topic.
the deaths from via guns are from handguns, not even AR-15s and the type of weapons that the
Right.
advocacy groups on your side typically want to go after. It's actually
Mhm.
for
Let me
like,
be clear. I have disagreements with those people in the way that they approach their gun conversations. But yeah, I mean, yes, this is true. Most deaths are due to handguns. Most deaths in America due to guns are suicides.
Yeah, so I
A
think
pretty large. I think it's plurality. I don't know if it's a majority, but I'm pretty sure it's a plurality. Is due to suicides.
right. So I think that if these people want to be taken seriously before conversation even begins, they have to stop warping statistics to fit their narratives. So it's very your side doesn't usually admit that, for example.
What, the suicide half of it?
Or yeah, or that handguns are responsible for most of the deaths, for example.
Right. So in my issue, so let me explain my position. Let me explain my position so that we're not, because you've mentioned the left, you've mentioned my side a lot. So let me detangle myself from the rest of my peers over here on the left. I am a supporter of a certain list of gun restrictions. Nothing. I'm not a person who wants a ban or a mandatory buyback program. Although I am okay, I am permissible of a voluntary buyback program, one that would allow gun owners to make I think, fair profit on their guns. I think that if we are going to incentivize people turn in their firearms to the government, that we should, at the very least, offer them a, probably above market value what they, paid for their firearm to begin with. After that, I want a national registry so that we can track and keep an eye and know where and how many guns there are floating around in the United States. With that, I also want universal background checks. Other than that, I think there's one more. I can't really remember, but those are like my three big ones. Do you have any problems with any of those? Are those, because I find that I get painted by a lot of people who come in, like yourself, and in my comment section, and characterize me as somebody who wants to ban all guns. I'm a gun owner. I like gun safety. I want people to be safe, and I want people who are capable of being safe with those firearms to have them. I got no problem with that. But we do need, at the end of the day, the way I see it is our relationship with guns is costing us too many lives, in my opinion. And I think we need to ring in a few of, we need to put a few more stopgaps to stop some of these people. It's not going to eliminate it. We're never going to get rid of gun violence as long as there's guns in the country at all. As long as we have an armed populace, there is no gun deaths in America. But we can reduce that number and we can get it down to a more comfortable number.
Well,
Does that seem reasonable?
Let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Let me ask you something. How do you stop a bad guy with a gun?
How do you stop a bad guy with a gun?
Yeah, how do you stop a bad guy who's out there with a gun?
Well, it kind of depends. So unfortunately, when we're talking about, if we're talking about bad guys with guns, there's quite a lot of factors. No. Hear me out. Stop. Give me a second. This is important because stopping a bad guy with a gun is not the everyday and not a realistic scenario. We don't stand in rooms and somebody draws on us and we either can or cannot draw. Many times, especially if we're talking about bad guys with guns, we're talking about people getting the drop on you. We're talking about people who are more well armed and ready for any kind of shootout or whatever it might be. Plain and simple, nobody, even if you have a firearm, on average, is going to be ready to stop that person in a reasonable manner. We've seen it before. There was that one guy, I think it was at a mall, where some shooter entered into the mall, started popping off, and the dude had, I don't know what kind of handgun he had, probably had a Glock or something. But he got good shots off, and he ended up killing the guy. That can happen, but I don't think it's likely, and I don't think it's the majority of our experiences with firearms in terms of the public. Go ahead.
The correct answer was a good guy with a gun. Now, I'll explain to you why that is. Okay.
So, police?
What happens is if you have a maniac out there who's, shooting a bunch of people like the Tennessee shooter, you got to have a good person with a gun go in there and stop them, right? You can't just send a social worker into the building like the left wants to. You got to have somebody that's armed with the gun and go in there and take them out. So, I guess you didn't know that before, but now you do.
Well, okay. So you're standing in line at the self-checkout in the grocery store. You're ringing up your bananas, your pasta, your carton of eggs. Somebody, you're concealed carry, you have your license, everything else. Somebody walks into the room with I'll just say a Glock 19. Starts firing. Do you want to know what's most likely going to happen to you as a gun owner?
Enlighten me.
You're going to get shot because you're ringing up eggs right now. And your back is to that person.
But now imagine if more citizens had access to guns and were able to, carry them where they want to. Now, would that have happened if everybody in the store had a gun?
Well, first of all, that's not a deterrent for that person entering in to shoot anybody. They're probably already aware of that. Meaning that the first, 5, 6, however many shots they can get off, those people are still dead. We haven't really meaningfully stopped the problem. We've reduced it certainly a bit, but we haven't solved the problem yet, have we? And also, do you know any police officers by any chance?
I know that they don't like it when people use their Second Amendment right to defend themselves.
Okay. Would you like to know why that is? Why that's an issue?
They don't know who the bad guy is when they arrive on the scene.
Exactly. The more guns in a scenario where a shooter walks into, we'll continue using the grocery store example, and begins to fire upon people. If everybody in that checkout line is a concealed carry, license whatever, I think that's the term, and decides that they're going to fire back at the shooter, there are going to be stray bullets flying all over the place. Some people are not going to be able to respond properly to that violence. Guns are, and I know movies lie to us about this, incredibly loud. A firearm going off anywhere near you in a public space is going to disorient you before you can do anything. And these are, again, I make this point, civilians. These aren't armed officers who have been trained to respond to firearms going off. These are regular people buying eggs, buying bananas, and suddenly a loud goes off, and then another. And the expectation and the assumption that more people are going to be capable of drawing and accurately taking out a shooter. Meanwhile, the entire room is flooded with gunshots. Most of those people aren't going to be able to hear, aren't going to be able to see. They're all going to be incredibly disoriented. It's why having one security officer is preferred in those scenarios. It's why police also like it.
I think what you're getting at, what you're trying to say is that we need to not only have access for all of those people to have concealed carry permits and access to firearms, we also need to train them, is what you're saying. So I can kind of agree with that, because then they'd be trained in a combat situation.
Right.
But
I do think that minimum training should be required. You have to go through a whole process to learn how to drive a car. I don't think it's unreasonable to require people to get training to own and operate firearms. I think that's reasonable.
What if now I think I saw a chatter point out that the main reason for the Second Amendment is to fight the tyrannical government, which I would actually
Mhm.
agree with because our government is increasingly more tyrannical, especially if you saw like the Twitter files and like you paid in like the Snowden stuff and the stuff that Julian Assange revealed, is that like the government is basically like using the big corporations to like enforce their will, because that's one way that they can circumvent the Constitution. And if you notice that liberals and the left are very like, they think that they're so clever when they say something like, well, it's a private corporation. If you don't like it, blah, blah, blah. But now it's interesting because the government is actually using the big corporations to enforce their will. Now that's been demonstrated multiple times already. So that's why that retort
Such
doesn't work.
as? So also, I want to point out, and I'm not going to go any farther than this because the tyrannical government point to me is, and you'll forgive me for this, fucking stupid. Do you know what happens if the United States government turns tyrannical and, you try to arm yourself? You know what's going to happen?
A portion of the military would join actual patriots in fighting back.
Yeah, you're going to get drone strike. That's what's going to happen. The United States government has quite a few extra resources than any regular citizen.
So
now,
your argument is that you think that
my argument is that it's unrealistic. That's my argument. It's unrealistic.
I don't think the majority of the military would even like they would break off, because there would be a portion of the military that would say, hell no, we're not going to fight against American citizens, and they would join the patriot side versus like the tyrannical left government.
Mm-hmm. So again, the resources that the United States government owns is widely what's the word, more equipped to counter any kind of militia, whatever. And even then, what we're describing, what we're both talking about here, is essentially a civil war, to which point, again, whoever has control of drones, of the military industrial complex, is going to be who wins out the day, not who has better AR-15s along with everything else.
America's won a war in like several decades now.
Well, still, we don't. What wars have we fought? What, Iraq? To which case we entered into a space which we weren't familiar with. I don't really want to spend time on this because we're going to continue to kind of run around this like tyrannical government. Oh, we can fight them, and I'm going to continue to say the U.S. government has more resources and will out-weapon you every single time. Like an AR-15 is not going to save you from a drone. That's just factual. I can't really, there's nothing more I can really say.
I think the scenario that you're describing isn't very, I don't think you've thought it through too much. It's like, my point is that I don't even think that it wouldn't just be like the American government versus like a bunch of rednecks with guns. You'd have, portions of, our military personnel joining in with the Second Amendment militia types and stuff to fight the tyranny of the government, because they would see what's going on. So you have to anticipate that factor. You can't just say, well, the military has jets and drones and stuff.
Well,
and
yeah,
that doesn't win you a war.
They are jets and drones, and they do have a pretty good capacity to track all of us. Thanks to the Patriot Act.
It's even better to be armed to provide some form of resistance rather than none. Wouldn't you think so?
Well, so again, this is the so here's the thing. The problem I have with this argument is that we're assuming and we're buying into quite a lot of things already that have already happened. Well, we're already starting from tyrannical government. We're already starting from a lot of different points. But something I want to actually ask, something I actually want to ask, which you mentioned earlier in the lead up to this part of the conversation. You said that the government is basically employing private companies, private institutions to reinforce or push their will onto us. Can you explain? Can you explain that? Yeah, can you explain that? From a leftist, we believe, and I'm okay with speaking for the left on this, we believe that the relationship is that of private corporations and private institutions lobbying the government to pretty much put in favor or to write laws in their favor, or write laws that will not regulate their business interests more than what they are comfortable with.
No, see, I think that the leftists are too simplistic in their thinking. They think that the big company with the big money, they pay I mean, that's kind of like, that's too simple, right? So, for instance, if we take somebody like Jeff Bezos and we look at Amazon, now, Amazon has a lot of its, research and development tied up with government contracts to provide military technology, such as like, facial recognition and software and things like that, and other sort of, they're involved militarily. I mean, if you look at um, other things such as like just recently with the Twitter files, you saw that the government agencies were dictating to Twitter, what kind of information should be disseminated and such. I think it's very clear that the government and big corporate, it's not like the corporations just own the government flat out. Like they're kind of just intertwined at this point. But in
So
these
quick question. There is polling out there that will validate the opinion that the American people broadly support some pretty basic gun control laws. They don't get passed. Why is that? Why is it that the American people hold opinions, advocate for those opinions, vote for politicians on the grounds that they will push for policies that they agree with, and it never happens?
You'd have to be specific as to what exactly you want. What do you mean?
Well,
But we still have the
Biden,
we still do have the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
Like whether you, very very inconvenient for the government that we do have some semblance of constitutional laws that enshrine certain rights, and it's not just
Right.
easy to take it away, no matter what the popular will is.
That
What
is
if
true.
the popular will was to make black people slaves
Well,
again?
the popular will is not a ban on guns. The popular will is common sense gun reform. That's what the popular will is. Universal background checks. There's a pretty decent support of red flag laws, and I believe a national registry. I haven't seen the numbers on national registry, but at the very least, universal background checks is something that the American people broadly, a majority of Americans, a large swath of Republicans even, have support for. Why have we not passed it? The only people who would benefit from that not passing are gun manufacturers, right?
You're referring to, because a lot of the Republicans are like rhinos, basically. Like
They're still Republican. They're still Republican Party voters. I'm not talking about politicians. I'm talking about voters. Gun owners also poll very positively in terms of gun control, certain gun control measures. There are things that we as a society, I think we all kind of agree on. You said it earlier, people who are schizophrenic, people who have serious mental health issues probably should not be allowed to own those firearms. I think there's really reasonable checks we can put on.
Yeah.
But I find that there's the conversation always turns into like this person in chat, where we end up having this conversation about no guns or all the guns. It's somewhere in between. Like we can have some guns.
I disagree, but I don't. For instance, I don't think that like the transgender fanatics should have access to weapons, and I think that if you propose that, then
why not?
We'll go insane.
And why not? Yeah.
Because
what do trans people do that other people don't, that would disqualify them from owning firearms?
I just think it's an example of mental illness. So we could.
Are you a doctor?
No.
Are you a psychiatrist?
Well, I think it was classified as mental illness at one point, and due to political
this is true.
It no longer is.
Well, yeah, we have a deeper understanding of the phenomenon of transgenderism. That's true.
Well, I mean, that's okay. If I say that I'm a lion, all of a sudden, I mean, that's how I identify. And if you don't respect that, you're a bigot. I mean, I don't think that I don't think that that's fair. But
I mean, there are people who are furries who identify as
that's a mental
that.
illness as well.
Being a furry?
Yeah. If you think you're an animal,
what's the damaging part of that? I've seen people who are furries who wear their whole getup and work registers before.
well,
Seems like we can accommodate
I
it.
think
So
no. I think if you think that if you're a human that thinks you're a dog and you have sex with dogs, I think
well, people don't think they're dogs the same way trans people don't think they're the opposite sex. They just prefer to identify under the opposite gender that they were born under.
No, I don't know. Like I said, I think that the mental illness aspect should bar you from having access to firearms. That includes furries, transgenders, and stuff like that.
Well, I find it really interesting that the only gun control that you're advocating for is gun control for, let's be honest here, leftists, people of a left-wing ideology. Do you kind of see how I haven't called for ideological bans, but you're calling for ideological bans on guns. You're actually being more tyrannical than I am.
Well, that's interesting that you say that because normally the left doesn't claim furries, but if you want to, if you guys want to claim them, yeah, feel free. That's gonna do my side more of a favor. So you guys can have the furries and the trans people and such.
I mean,
But
as long as they can own firearms the same way any law-abiding citizen of the United States
well, I mean, that's
can, then
from like most libertarian types. Is that I don't think that like, oh yeah, like everybody should just have access to guns. I don't think that at all. But I think that I think like the way the conversation is skewed, it doesn't take into account like, yeah, like we probably shouldn't allow access to weaponry for people who don't know what body they're in. I don't think that yeah, it's like very common sense stuff. This is the type of stuff you would have said like 5, 10 years ago, and nobody would bat an eye. But now it's considered like controversial to say, yeah, this person who spent 40 years of their life being a guy that now thinks they're a woman. Yeah, I don't know if we should trust them around children or firearms. That's just my view.
well, why not? We allow women around kids. What's wrong with what's the issue? I fail to see the issue. Again, we're now like kind of off the conversation of guns, which is fine, but again, we can both recognize that you're actually being a little bit more discerning about who can own guns than I am.
Well, no, I admitted that fact. I mean, I do. Like I said, I'm not like a libertarian necessarily. I do think that there are, certain people that should have access to firearms and certain people that shouldn't. So, in a sense, I do kind of agree with you. It's just that we're kind of disagreeing on, like the left would say, like, oh, the white males shouldn't own guns, and I'm saying that they should.
Well, tell me why. Overwhelmingly, white males commit, I don't know about a majority, but a pretty large amount of the gun crime, or at the very least of the mass shootings in this country.
Well, for now, the white males are, whites in general are still, luckily, the majority in this country.
Right.
But
So
that
why
just
shouldn't we ban you all from owning guns?
Well, you can't. You don't have that power yet. I know that you guys want that power.
Well, no, but I mean, we talked about you mentioned that people who are trans people shouldn't be allowed to, because they have
Well,
a
that's my opinion.
predisposition.
That's my view. Nobody's going to enact that into law, at least not at this point.
Well,
I think that,
actually, there are people who are trying to enact that into law in some
well,
states.
we'll see if they succeed. I think that it is. I mean, maybe the Tennessee
Is that
shooter
tyrannical?
I think that when it comes to that, the Tennessee shooter might be the first in a long string of trans motivated killings. I mean, that's why
So
they're
it could-
hesitant
so-
to release the manifesto.
Right. So it could be, that could be true. But under that framework, white people, and I'm just going to say white people broadly, shouldn't have access to guns.
No, I
White
don't
people
think
are
so,
too
because I
mentally
think that
ill
you're
to handle
getting who
firearms.
commits most of the gun violence in the country when it comes to, if you want to bring over, like, I mean, the chatter did bring that up, but that is true that 13% of the population does commit 50% of violent crime, and if you look at the
Is that
demography,
violent
that's
crime, gun violence?
yes. well, violent crime in general, that could be either, rape, murder.
That could be a lot of things, yeah.
Right, but there's a
But if
lot
we're
of things
talking
that
about gun
are
ownership, white people
a lot of things that are
overwhelmingly own
categorized
more
under.
guns. So again,
There's a lot of things that are categorized under violent crime, but if you look at the disparity in the statistics, I mean, you'll see that blacks make up a larger percentage of violent crime offenders.
do you
Even
think
when
there's a reason for
adjusted,
that?
well, that's interesting. You're going to say, oh, it's because of poverty, but even when adjusted for income levels, for some reason, even more well-to-do Black Americans tend to be more violent than their wealthier white counterparts. So I don't know if the argument that it's just, well, their impoverished areas produce more crime, while that may
Well,
be
we can
true.
well that is true. We can track the biggest predictor of crime is poverty.
Yes, but even when adjusted for income levels and such,
Well, income levels isn't the same as if you started out in a higher income level, maybe. Actually, if you start out in a higher income level, there's a good chance that you're not going to be you're not going to run to violence. But if you've moved into that income level, then you still were brought up in that environment.
yeah, but I think that even still, like even if you are not born into that environment, there still seems to be a propensity for violent behavior that has been observed and documented, even by the FBI, which the left loves, I thought. So, you should trust that as a source, probably. I,
I
I
mean,
don't
the
always
FBI has
trust.
good statistical
Yeah, they have to.
data.
They compile this. They do compile these
Mm-hmm.
statistics
Yeah.
for a reason. It's interesting that the left doesn't. The left usually calls bullshit on those statistics because they don't fit the narrative that they like. When they, of course, believe the FBI on everything else, usually. So, I don't know.
You mean the left who has mentioned multiple times that oh damn, now I'm forgetting his name now. Yeah, I can't remember his name now. The FBI killed him. Someone with an F. Fuck, I can't
You
remember.
mean David Koresh and the Branch Davidians? Or I believe that was, yes, the FBI under the direction of Democrat Janet Reno, and of course there was Ruby Ridge, and there's been a lot of oversteps by the federal agencies when targeting gun owners. Actually, that's perfect. That segues right back into the original
Well,
topic.
yeah, the only time that gun control has ever been talked about, especially in California, a lot of those gun reforms in California got put in place because black people picked up guns. That's kind of a pretty
Yeah, but I think
standard.
but the left always uses that argument where it's like, oh, they went after the Black Panthers. When, dude? Like 60 years ago? Like the
Well,
left is
no,
not
this was
gonna
in the
sit
80s.
What's
Well,
that?
actually, no. Reagan was when the fuck was Reagan governor? I don't actually remember what.
He was governor of California, I think, in the 60s.
Yeah, that might have been the 60s. Reagan fuck. God damn, I can't spell. Governor, let's see. Governor of California. Late 60s, early 70s. Left office in 75. Entered in 67. So basically mid 60s to mid 70s.
Well, I'm not really a fan of Reagan either, because Reagan, like I said, like well, actually, I didn't mention this before, but it doesn't matter because Reagan, there's a lot of the problems that we have nowadays kind of stem from Reagan, and that's where the rhinos get their original ideology from. That's the root of the neocons and stuff.
Yeah, they
So
fucking love Reagan.
who does?
The neocons.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But a lot of the left love the neocons now, like Liz Cheney and stuff, and David Frum.
Yeah, they're liberals. They're cringy liberals who who will, what's the word, rehabilitate George W. Bush. Yeah. It's a thing. It's
You
a
should
thing that
look into
happens.
you got to look into paleoconservatism. It's way better.
I think I've heard the term before. I don't know what exactly. I've definitely heard the term. I couldn't describe it for you. It seems to always be kind of a shifting term in terms of its.
Paleoconservatism is that's the best kind. Yeah, oh man, you just gotta look into it. You'll stop being a leftist once you find out more about it.
I feel like I've heard that before, and every time I've read any kind of conservative stuff, I don't exactly move too far right. So again, what's the We've veered off of guns. So so do we not have a problem with guns in this country? Is that the
Yeah, but if you think that there's a problem with guns, then you're going to have to be honest about who's doing most of the crime. So that
Mhm.
circles back to, okay, well, what do we do about crime? And then, of course, your side says, well, ACAB. So then we can't do anything about crime. And then the cycle
wait, what do you think ACAB means? What do you think ACAB means from a political in terms of political policy?
I mean, you're going to have some group of people out there,
Right.
you know, dealing with criminals. So
Would you like to know what the leftist prescription is for crime?
yeah, send in a social worker to bust the.
Well,
the
no. Well, no, it's community policing. It's
okay, so like militia.
It's
groups, then.
localizing. No. It's localizing your police force. The problem that we have in a lot of big cities, which is usually where you see a lot of crime, right? You see a lot of crime in big cities, large populations. You're going to see a big concentration of crime there, right? The reason why the police have a negative relationship with those communities is because they don't live in those communities. A lot of times police live in suburbs that are outside of the area in which they police, and they are then driving into any, this or that neighborhood to police it as kind of an invading force to a degree. They are a group of people who are there to police, but they don't know any of the locals. They don't go over to any of these people's houses. They don't do any of these things. And because of that relationship, yeah. I mean, if you ever been to a small town and they have their local sheriff, they don't have the same kind of problems with, with the police that
but you have to look
they
at the
do now because. Go ahead.
You're ignoring the demography of these examples. So the
Mhm.
sheriff and the, in the small town where he knows everybody, like they're not going to have those issues, But if it's like even if you're like,
Why wouldn't they have? Well, they wouldn't have the issues because they live in the community.
yeah, but it's like even if you had but if you had like, for instance, the worst ghettos, if you introduced community policing there, where the cops had to live in those areas, they would just get killed probably.
Well, it wouldn't really be that they have to live in those areas. The police that are already hired wouldn't be forced to move there. You would preferably hire people from within the community that want to be police officers and try to what's the word? Basically source your employment of police officers from the neighborhoods that they're going to be policing. The closer relationship that you have to to any officer. If you've ever, I don't know if you've ever lived, lived in a neighborhood where you had an officer who lived a couple houses down from you. If they're the person who's, policing your neighborhood, you have a good, they know you, you have a good relation with them. They're not scared of you. They see you and they see their neighbor, not that they go into this neighborhood of complete unknown people and they don't know, they don't know you. They don't know if you're dangerous. They don't know if you're not dangerous. They don't know anything. These police who go into these neighborhoods go in without any kind of social grounding. And because of that, they overreact. And because we have, because we don't have, you mentioned you took the jab at like social workers, but talk to any police officer. They don't like responding to these interpersonal or mental health crises. They're not equipped for it. They're not given the proper training. They're not given the proper tools. They're bereft of the ability to serve and protect. A social worker is better in that case of, any kind of mental illness situations or any of those, because that person is ready to approach that person. They know how to deal with them running around or them, flailing or them like not knowing where they are. Police only have a few tools, those being tasers or guns.
Into that building in Tennessee.
Well, no, that person was armed. You would send police. Nobody's arguing that you send social workers into armed conflicts. But absolutely, when there's somebody who's having a mental health crisis, probably sending a social worker accompanied by an officer wouldn't be the worst thing. Because if it escalates, you have the cop right there to keep it in line. And if it doesn't, there's not the hasty assumption that somebody is dangerous, might have a gun, might have a knife. And then there's an unnecessary, killing by the police, which is what upsets people. People are upset because of the unnecessary death that comes from police interactions sometimes.
Well, this guy in the chat says that he's from the Netherlands, and they kind of have what you're describing, and that those police get beat up a lot of the time too. And I think if you also, it's interesting because if you look at the demographics of the Netherlands, I think you are seeing a lot of importing of people from countries that are not the Netherlands, where and as a result, you have an uptick of crime. So again, this all tied, stems from problems with immigration and demographics as well. And I would like to see that discussion play out a bit more when it comes to the people that a lot of these leftist discussions around crime always typically leave out who's committing the most crime. And I think that there has to be an honest conversation there, because the left oftentimes demonizes white people and stuff, and says, well, we need a racial reckoning, basically. And okay, I mean, if you want it, let's have an honest discussion, and let's talk about the ways in which certain other groups are also ruining the country, for lack of a better term. It's like, it's not just, it can't just be white people. Like, let's take a look at how every race is doing certain negative things, and maybe we can have an honest conversation from there.
Do you find it interesting that I went on an entire thing talking about the relationship that police have to the neighborhoods that they operate in, and the more interpersonal conflicts that we could try to avoid through better policing? And now, as a retort, you've brought in race, immigration, all the rest of this stuff.
Well,
do you find it kind of
well,
a bit odd that that's...
I don't think that that's unusual at all. I think that that's just that's a part of the recipe, right? You have all the different ingredients that produce a result, and I think that that's one of them. But nobody chooses to talk about it.
To talk about what? The race of people who commit crime?
Yeah, I mean, you find that it's usually in this country, for example, it's American blacks, but this guy's talking about how he lives in the Netherlands, and it's usually Moroccans.
So Moroccans being immigrants who probably live in not necessarily poverty, but probably a lower standard of living, which
does being
would
poor
kind of track.
Does being poor give me the excuse to stab you?
Well, no, but so if we're talking on an interpersonal level, being poor does not excuse you from breaking the law and from committing crime. But being poor can explain to us what the impacts of poverty are on society broadly. This is the difference between a micro and a macro example. Crime as a statistic, as a phenomena that happens in society, we can find out what factors are going to predict higher crime rates. Individual crime is usually interpersonal. It's usually interpersonal conflicts. But everyone has interpersonal conflicts.
But lack of fathers in the home, which again is, for Black Americans, that is actually a big issue that even the leaders of their community have vocalized.
Yeah, that is a thing that Black communities do struggle with, but that is probably a predictor of possible crime. I don't know specifically, but I would guess that not having both your parents in the house probably isn't good for your social development.
Well, so would it be okay for me to say, hey, Black people, you guys need to do a little better?
Well, do you think Black people are the only people who don't have fathers in the homes?
That's. But
do you think out there? Do you think in the United States there is a family of a son and a mother and a father who abandoned them, and all the people in the scenario are white, and that child committed crime?
It's not that just because there's no father in the home doesn't mean that their kid is going to automatically become a criminal. It just means that
it's a predictor, though, right?
It's like,
regardless of race, right?
Correlation does not equal causation. That is true. But at the same time, if we look okay, like what's the problem in this community, for example? Okay, there seems to be a lot of poverty, a lot of criminal activity, and also a lack of father figures, right?
Well, can we
So how
understand
come,
that
just
the criminality is a result of the poverty?
I'm
We
not saying that
understand
it's
that.
and I don't know if it's necessarily the result of it, because you see other poor, like for instance, poverty. Like, how come different communities react differently to certain types of, like, to poverty
Mm-hmm.
in different contexts, right? So, for example, you saw even in the United States, right? The Dust Bowl, for example, like the shanty towns and stuff. Well, I mean, you've probably read The Grapes of Wrath, I'm sure. Now, that was a those are poor people, right? How come you didn't see them
Well, that's
committing
also fiction.
crimes?
The Grapes of Wrath is fiction.
You understand what it's based on, though, right?
Sure, but again, it's fiction.
But it's
Also,
not
I didn't.
that
Also, I
aspect of
didn't.
it is not
Admittedly, I didn't read Grapes of Wrath. I think when I was in high school, we read Gatsby.
okay.
We
You
had
know
two
it's about the
options.
dust.
Yeah, I know it's
about
about the Dust Bowl. It's a
you know about like
fictionalized
the people
story
that were
about the Dust Bowl. Yeah.
you know about the people that were traveling with their families across the country, and they settled
Yep.
in these areas,
Mm-hmm.
trying to get work and stuff like that. Now, how come they were poor, but they weren't known for criminality, right? Despite the fact that their conditions are probably even worse than a lot of the American ghettos, where there's a high concentration of black people, for example, right?
How would you know
And
that there's criminality if you're moving into an area that literally wasn't a part of the United States? We literally didn't have government out there.
what?
How would you be able to track
What
that?
do you mean?
Well, you said that. Well, wait. You said that. Wait. You said
have a
that
federal
people.
government at the time that this happened. I don't know what you're
Yeah.
asking.
But during the Dust Bowl, did we have? From what I understand, there weren't exactly police all over the place in the Dust Bowl, were there?
There's still police and stuff. What do you mean? The presence of police will not produce more crime anyway. So I don't even know what that has to do with it.
Why wouldn't it?
I don't know. We just get to the point. What are you trying to say?
Well, no. That's my point. If there aren't police around, then yeah, you can pretty easily front the idea that there's no criminal behavior in your community, in your whatever. You need somebody to report that crime for it to manifest in, like I don't. If the sheriff wasn't there back then, guess what? You didn't commit a crime because nobody knew it happened.
I think maybe you aren't familiar with when the Dust Bowl took place. Maybe that's the block here.
Remind me again. I read Gatsby, so my Dust Bowl memory is quite
This
dusty.
would be the early 20th century. There were, yes, people. This did happen in the continental United States.
I'm trying
and
to
there
think. I
was a
thought the
federal
Dust Bowl.
government and
I thought the
everything.
Dust Bowl was back in the
I
like
don't know what you're
1800s. It's been a while. I thought the Dust Bowl was in the 1800s, but I could be wrong.
Okay, no, but that's whatever. Okay, so we settled.
Can we use a contemporary example, please?
A contemporary, sure. I mean, if you even look at the impoverished, like, white neighborhoods,
Mm-hmm.
Say the Appalachian region,
Mm-hmm.
I think you'll see that there's not like drive-by shootings. I mean, that's simple. I don't even have to really delve too deeply into statistics.
One second, actually, because I want to see something. The Appalachian region. Where is? Let's see. Stop. Where would you describe Appalachia? West Virginia?
Well, you're looking at a map of it right now, aren't you?
I am currently looking at a map, yes. It's about, I'm just trying to pick a state, because technically that's also Virginia. Let's see. Can I just get a raw number really quick? Number of crimes, 6,000. I just want Huntington, West Virginia. Crime situation in town where 25% of the residents live below the poverty level.
I guarantee you there's more crime in Compton, California than there is.
Whoa. So here's the question. Do you think there's more crime per capita or just more crime raw numbers?
There's going to be more crime per capita because, like you said, the amount of people that live there, right?
Right.
But again, nobody ever looks at the racial makeup, and that's the missing ingredient. See, it's not just, oh, there's more people, so there's more crime. Well, who are the people?
So what you're saying is that poverty is a predictor of crime, that black people usually live in poverty, therefore that's why they commit the crime. Is that where, can we agree on that? Does that make sense?
That's part of the explanation, but I do
It's
think
part of the
that
explanation.
no, I think that they are more likely to commit crimes usually.
Because why?
There's been
What's the predictor?
this requires a much larger conversation. But have you ever heard of the bell curve?
I have heard about the bell curve, yes.
Okay, well, you got to read it because it does kind of go into things about like IQ and race and how that how that manifests itself in crime and such.
Do you think IQ as a measuring that's the word I'm looking for, as a measuring metric could have something to do with one's environment? Do you find that a lot of people who are in poor areas have, on average, lower IQ scores compared to those in more wealthy areas?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I guess like I said, that's why you have to read because they do research on and actually do delve into the question that you pose.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not a
What's the, did they come to a conclusion on that?
well, I think it's more so that like again, like if you're saying like, well, just poverty means low IQs and such, then okay, but how do you control for the factor of say, you know, poor white people still for some strange reason having higher IQs on average than poor counterparts of other races? Now, that's not to say that if you're like a different race, you're stupid or you're not. That's just
You
to
know,
say that there tend to be biological differences that I
mm-hmm.
think can be reconciled. Actually, I don't think that means we have to bring back segregation or
So they're environmental then.
yeah, but that part of it comes with changing the culture. For example, you got to pull your pants up and stop talking in ebonics and get a job application. A lot of people
It's
don't want to
funny.
hear that.
It's funny. I've heard quite a lot of people, white people, in fact, not pull their pants up and talk in ebonics, and they do pretty damn well for themselves.
Well, I think I don't like those people very much either. I think they should also pull their pants up and get a
Right,
job.
but it seems like their identity as a white person didn't hinder them when it comes to getting a job or gaining success. Now, did it?
Usually it will. I think that you'll be hard pressed to find many. Are we allowed to say wiggers on Twitch? Is that
Probably, I guess. We'll find out if I get a notification.
okay? Well, I just know that it's not the word you're not supposed to say. But anyway,
Right.
I don't see a lot of them in very meaningful positions of employment usually.
I mean, you ever heard of Riff Raff? Justin Bieber, even?
Those are famous pop artists and musicians,
Sure,
right?
but have you never met somebody who kind of acts that way, but still does perfectly fine?
No, not usually. They're usually
Not
outside
usually.
of 7-Eleven asking me for $1 before I go inside.
Interesting. It'd be interesting to see the.
I gotta go. Yeah, I did follow you, and I'd like to continue this conversation, but I do have to get going because it's been talking for a while. But I think we covered some good ground. Ultimately, I think you were right sometimes. I was right most of the time, but that's just how it is.
Very gracious of you.
Yeah. So I think that's why these conversations are useful. But anyway, have a good day, and maybe we can continue this conversation another time.
Yeah, you do the same.
All right, bye.
Okay, well, that was a lot, now wasn't it? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we quickly got off the topic of guns after a certain point. It's kind of funny. Like, you talk about, whenever talking about guns or any of these conversations, I find that suddenly we start talking about race and a bunch of other weird shit as if black people own most of the guns, but whatever. Let me check in with chat. I've been only glancing at track. All right, let's see. Can I do? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Giga Chad. Main reason the Second Amendment is fighting for tyrannical government. A positive side effect is that you can defend yourself with a firearm. Oh, okay. Let's see. Are not based. This is true. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The idea that any gun law is infringement is cringe. I just want to say that up front. Mainly because I'm not a Second Amendment absolutist. There's no such thing, I think, as no voting should probably be absolutist. Speech can't be absolutist. We have to have some restrictions on some forms of speech. Guns, I think, like a lot of things. There's just we need to reassess our relationship. Suburbs, because over policing, yeah. Being poor does not give you the right to pull a gun on people for a minor conflict and aggressive strangers. Right. Well, kind of nothing gives you the right to pull a gun on somebody. Super strict gun code Netherlands. I still got a gun on me though. So basically was left defenseless because we don't have similar rights Americans. Are you set upon by incredibly dangerous crime? Canada liberate y'all better off Third Reich. The Holocaust is not something you should meme. Yeah, it probably isn't. There's no evidence that our current simulation of life. Native Americans and yeah, really. Yeah, yeah, basically you can look at racist FBI stats. Yeah, always that conversation got really out of hand after a point. I didn't even know how to respond after a certain point. Once it got to like the race stuff, I was just like, I wanted to talk about guns. I like we cannot make cannons legal again, like the founding fathers. The true intention was to ensure we'd be able to revolt against a too powerful government. So we need tanks and shit. Ay. There's just the problem I have, honest to God, the problem I have with most people who defend the Second Amendment is there's never a there's never a recognition that there's space in the middle that almost everybody wants us to get to. Like if you didn't see their comments or their chat, their chat comments before they came on, like they were doing the, oh hey, you want to ban all the guns, you da 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 da, and it's like, no, I don't, but I do want some restrictions, and I don't see that as being unreasonable. I just don't. It's not unreasonable to say, hey, we need some restrictions on this stuff. The costs that we're paying with human lives in the United States for some is too high. Now you can argue that for you it's not, and that's fine. If you want to make that argument, I got no problem with it. But you got to justify it to me, and that's all I want. I want to hear the justification for kids getting shot at school, for people getting shot at grocery stores, for people getting shot at Walmarts, for anything. Tell me why this is a good thing that if you're okay with that trade-off, that's fine. But tell me why that doesn't bother you. And understand that, again, I'm not arguing for a full ban. I'm not even arguing for a mandatory gun buyback program. I'm okay with a voluntary one, but that's not what any of us are arguing for. Or at the very least, it's not what nobody on this show's arguing for. But it's always like, oh, the left and the this. And it's like, talk to me. I'm not the left, all right? Fuck's sake. Everyone likes an underdog. Anyway, all right. What should we do? Trying to think. Ooh, since that got into bell curve territory, let's go take a look at let's do this one. If I can wait, let me see if I can find the where is it? Let's see. They have tags on these videos now, right? Okay. Pro-abortion, chaos GPT, double rainbow, don't care, fade, don't care, don't care. Oh, it's literally 2 minutes.
The Minneapolis City
Oof. All right.
Council advanced a bill late last week to permit the citywide public broadcasting of Islamic prayers up to 5 times a day. And when I say public broadcasting, I'm not talking about NPR and PBS. The bill, which was unanimously approved, would amend noise ordinances to permit mosques to transmit calls to prayer over loudspeakers with amplifying equipment as late as 11 p.m. and as early as 3:30 a.m.
Okay. You know, churches have bells that ring pretty loud, right?
Which means that Minneapolis is now a Muslim city. It's a little strange to think, given Minnesota's
dude. I gave up. The minute he said bell curve, I fucking gave up. I was like, this is veered far off of what I wanted to talk about.
Traditional demographic makeup as ethnically whiter than the driven snow and religiously polite, middle-of-the-road Protestants. I'm not sure Minnesotans had ever even heard of Islam until about 10 years ago. But now, as a result of mass migration,
there's never been a Muslim.
Minneapolis looks different. I'm not even...
So there's a large Muslim community, and they would like to accommodate their traditions the same way Christians have bells that ring fucking loud as shit at random times of the day? Yeah, what's the problem with this?
Saying necessarily that that's the worst thing. Islam, for all of its flaws, is still a saner worldview than leftism. At least Muslims acknowledge the existence of God. Muslims understand the difference between boys and girls.
Does he know that Muslims believe in the same God he does?
Of leftists.
That it's all the same.
The drastic change in Minneapolis
it's all the same,
is also not the worst thing, because it serves as a reminder to the rest of us about a basic fact of politics. Cultures are going to worship one thing or another. Cultures will be defined by one thing or another. There's no neutrality, there's no vacuum. The things we value, the rituals we engage in, the language we speak, the way we view ourselves, it's going to be based on one worldview or another.
Right. Okay.
We will have a Christian culture, or we will have a leftist culture, or I guess we could have a Muslim culture.
Professor, what if we had a secular culture? Could this be an option? I'd be happy with a secular culture. I'd be cool with that.
The one thing we are not going to have is no culture. Perhaps conservatives will finally get that message now that it's going to be blared on loudspeakers 5 times a day. I'm Michael Knowles. This is The Michael Knowles Show.
What? I don't know what that was. Okay. That I love the idea that, like, I mean, I guess he's kind of saying the quiet part out loud, because it is very much like, hey, look, if we're going to have a culture, it might as well be mine, which is, I guess that's honest. Unfortunately, the United States is a secular nation. We did not write a religion into our founding documents. So okay, that was, I thought that segment would be longer, and it only ended up being 2 minutes, but okay, whatever you say, Michael, whatever you say. America is a Christian nation. I'd rather not import cultures that throw acid on women's faces and think it's okay to marry children as young as 6. You know, there are Christians who think that you can marry kids as young as 6, right? And the idea that a Christian has never thrown acid or assaulted somebody. Christians aren't exactly, their hands aren't clean on that front, sadly. But either way, all right. I guess, should we do the sunnyv2 thing? Maybe. I've never seen. Let's get into it.
The Chris Tyson situation.
Actually, 1 second. I want water. All right. What, Miso? What? What? What are you shocked about? What did you, like, jump up for? Must have heard something. Must have been the wind.
Could become a complete disaster for Mr. Beast's brand.
Why does everyone sound like this? Why do all conservatives sound like this?
However, it may also provide some unique benefits. So let's begin by going over the drama before explaining exactly how this will impact the Mr. Beast channel. In mid-2022, fans began to notice that Chris Tyson was changing. In the early days, he represented the quintessential Southern gun and truck-loving dude. Yet beginning in March 2022, Chris began to display increasingly feminine traits.
My God, you put paint on your nails? Sure, but those founding documents are meaningless when talking. Talking guns would bring up God, and you bring it up. I'm an atheist, but culturally Christian. Bring up God. Let's say meaningless when talking. Well, okay. So let me be clear. Sure, but those founding documents are meaningless when talking guns. That's not true. I never said we should repeal the Second Amendment, but the interpretation of the Second Amendment is up for debate because interpretation isn't objective. It's subjective. How you read the Second Amendment and its text and what you infer into its text are pretty malleable. You can read it as the way I read it, in that each state should have a well-regulated militia, or you can read it as that guy does, that, every citizen is the militia. I don't really think the second one is a proper reading, mainly because there's no way for somebody to not be the militia. It's also using militia as a very non-specific term, in which case, if the founding fathers just wanted to write everybody gets to own guns, they would have just wrote everyone gets to own guns. They wouldn't mention the militia. But the militia was a part of the wartime rhetoric that it was kind of written in and around. So that's a big part of the Constitution's, the way that the Constitution's written. And the way that we interpret it is up to us. We can interpret it however we want. It's how we choose to interpret it. I think we've chosen an interpretation that is damaging. But what is it? I missed the comma. But yeah, in the comma, yeah. But again, that's the argument I make, that the interpretation we have is damaging and that we can change it. Not that we get rid of it, but that it can change, and that there are laws that we can implement that preserve people's rights, but also restrict people who are dangerous to themselves and to others. It's a balance. It's like the First Amendment. It's like any other right. There are limits on it. I saw you guys joking about tanks and shit, but that is a limit we have on arms. And right now we might need a few more limiters. But I don't think that's, the argument that that's any limit on your right is a repeal or whatever. It's dishonest. It's just dishonest. But anyway.
Making tweets such as, "I finally got my nails done at a nail tech."
Well,
additionally,
nice.
Chris would highlight that his facial appearance had changed significantly since the start of the pandemic, which accompanied another post reading, "Okay, so in 4 different customs, I had to prove I was myself because I, quote, look nothing like my passport pic, so much that I'm considering updating my passport. Do you see any..."
I can see how they'd be like, looks like they lost weight, actually.
Resemblance, prompting replies such as, "You went from man to boy." Chris responded by stating, "Nah, to be honest, I just really started taking my mental health seriously and eating better." Yet his Twitter photos kept insinuating that Chris was becoming more feminine, with this same kind of look showing up in his Mr. Beast appearances. For example, on the 6th of January...
Does he look that feminine in this picture?
For example, on the 6th
doesn't look that feminine to me.
January 2023, Beast Reacts uploaded a video titled "I strapped a GoPro to a fish," in which Chris dressed in a way that prompted comments such as, "Chris has been adopting more and more traits that remind me of my grandmother." Okay, so some people just gonna ignore Chris's nails? Chris had to have lost a bet. The look is getting wild. The response to the video then prompted countless viral TikToks, such as this one with 700,000 likes, stating, "How did Chris go from this to this?" While others even made the claim that Carl had turned him gay. day. Now, this was pretty ridiculous as Carl isn't even that feminine, and Chris had come out as bisexual years before.
You don't have to be, you know, he knows, does he know that there are bears? There are very masculine gay men out there. It's not all men are the stereotypical, really annoying gay guy. It's not a universal thing.
Before he and Carl had even met. The true catalyst for Chris Tyson's feminization instead seemed to have come from his marriage. In January 2020.
Well, regular me now. Okay, me now. I feel like they would have said the right of the militia to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Why would they say people and not militia? Well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. God, I forgot how many fucking commas. They wrote this in such a... I feel like they wrote this in such an interpretable way. Or it's either that... I mean, it's also written in Old English, so that might also be why... Because these are basically like a well-regulated militia. You could read this as a well-regulated militia, the right of people to keep and bear arms. And like, that's it. You could read it as a well-regulated militia being necessary to security of the right of the state shall not be infringed. There's like 8 different readings you can make. They just, honest to God, they wrote this poorly. And because of that, we have to constantly have this debate. But I feel like they would have said the right of the militia to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Why would they say people and not militia? A well-regulated militia. Oh, this is what, okay. The right of the people to keep and bear arms. Okay, being necessary, security of free. Is there a door open? Oh, it's the cat. Okay. Let's see. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. Okay, we can get the free state part. We don't have to worry about that. Well, it seems like, at least from my or at least again from my interpretation, what this is describing is the people within the militia have a right to keep and bear arms. That's really about it. The shall not be infringed is basically the you can't take the right away from people to keep and bear arms, and a militia is necessary to defend the security of a free state. Either way. I think our relationship to guns is what's the word? Is a negative one. Like the Second Amendment and how it's written, I don't really care. And I've said that a lot, and it's not, let me address this. It's not because I don't like it. It's because it can be read in any way you'd like to read it. You can come up with the way that it's written, you can come up with like at least 4 different interpretations of it, which means, at least in my opinion, that it's they kind of left it up to us to figure out what it means. If I was really to give the founding fathers credit, they wrote it in a way that it can be interpreted and reinterpreted to fit the needs of the American people as time goes forward. As time goes on, there's this ability to continue to be like, all right, let's reassess this. And I think most people, and I don't actually have to think this, the polling pretty much shows this. Most people think that our relationship to guns needs a bit of tweaking. And I think that that's understandable, and I think that has broad support. Unfortunately, there are people who believe any regulations, any editing from this perspective, which by the way, was not established until 2007 from the Supreme Court. Until that point, we didn't have this interpretation. But this is the interpretation that they had been arguing for decades, most likely. So we didn't start with this interpretation. Oh, hello. But we didn't start with this interpretation. We got to it. We came to a decision that this is how we're going to understand it. And I think that can change. Absolutely. We should be always, I think, trying to reassess how our founding documents line up with our current values. I think that's just something that's a responsible thing that we do. We have to, you have to update laws. You have to make sure that we're capturing the entire populace when you write laws and stuff. And I think that's no different than with the Second Amendment. Second Amendment is put there, written during wartime, had its place. Then I think now that we're not fighting off invading forces, there's, do we need to have an armed populace? I don't think necessarily, but certainly there are some restrictions we can put on people. So should we give more rights to the right-wing fucktards and their militia? Perhaps they can get cannons. No, I think, well, not everyone who owns guns are right-wing. I believe an actual plurality are independent voters who own guns. And but the only people who argue this, no gun control or complete gun bans are the right. Extreme Second Amendment advocates. That's what they argue. They only argue from a zero-sum game position, which isn't what anybody is talking about. I suppose, they'll bring up Beto O'Rourke and they'll bring up this or that person, but the same way that I think that taking on the government with your AR-15 is unrealistic and not worth having a conversation about, I also don't think it's really worth having a conversation about banning all guns. That's fucking stupid. Both of those two things are the extreme ends, and I think both of them are unrealistic and dumb. So let's have the conversation on the actual ground that we can have, the actual part in which we have an influence on it. We're not going to do those two things. So what can we do? What are we actually capable of doing? What restrictions are we able to put on our society that keeps guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them, keeps people safe, and also allows people to own firearms for their own safety or for their own. And this is another key thing. I don't own firearms for my safety. I don't own I don't own any of the guns I own for my safety. I own them because I think guns are cool. I'm a hobbyist. I like guns. But at the end of the day, I think I have a right to that. And I think the people who also are hobbyists, which used to be a larger percentage of the people who own guns. Guns used to not be this take on the government thing. That is a rather new phenomenon in terms of like the gun culture. That's actually really new. That's not something that people were always talking about. Not until around, I want to say the 70s, 80s, and early 90s did that become a prominent talking point. Surprisingly, it became a talking point after the formation of the NRA and kind of after the way that they bought into the political system. It kind of tells you a lot about the motivating factors behind why we hear that argument so often. But either way, it's just there's a relationship, and we need to reassess that, I think. Yeah, so people who join militias are mostly right, I'd say. They are right now, but militias, you can form a militia of left-wing people. There's, I think it's like in the United States, we have the John Brown Gun Club. They're a militia. I don't know if they identify as much of a militia as they identify as a gun club, obviously, but they kind of fill the same void, but for people who are more of a left-wing persuasion, which, people have a right to, gather around their hobbies. I got no problem with that, but a lot of right-wing militias do that and then discuss overthrowing the government, which I don't know if we should be as permissive of. Let's see, I don't know what Canadian tell me. Yeah. Feel American gun owners could probably win a war with Canada. Probably. We have a lot more guns. But it's always this approach I find to guns where it's like this wartime, and we're not in a war. We're just not. We're not being invaded. We're not in a war. We're not any of these things. Everyone goes to fucking, all these guys who are talking about their Second Amendment rights. They're fucking HVAC engineer, like repairmen. Like they're all just. None of them are fighting off the cartels. None of them are fighting off, the Canadians. Most of these people go to the range, they go shoot, they go home. Some of them, they build, if they live in big enough areas, they build ranges in their backyards. I got no problem with that. But there's a cost tied to that, and it's children's lives. It is the safety of other Americans. It's just kind of the way it is, unfortunately.
Chris would post a photo with his wife to his Instagram, yet after this, the family photo stopped altogether. Fans also noticed that he'd removed his wedding ring, with the ring's absence correlating perfectly with the very first post in which he'd painted his nails. Chris confirmed the split in a post from March 2023,
this is some fucking
reading, for a little over a year now,
shit.
me and Katie have been separated, with this also confirming that Chris's transformation began as soon as his marriage came to an end. Chris went from lighting campfires and raising a family with his beautiful wife to now trying to be a wife with his man buns and long nails. As the criticism continued to pile, Chris announced that he'd be taking a break from social media.
Probably
and while there was
idea.
a possibility that Chris would make efforts to return to his former self, he'd rather do the opposite and double down on his feminine image, showing up to the—
Well, here's the question. Why would he do that? If that would make them unhappy, then why? Why would you live under unhappiness? Why do we expect people to live in a manner that would bring them depression and, again, unhappy? I just don't understand what the value is here. You know, I understand he's got a wife and he's got a kid, but as long as they're financially supported and as long as he stays in their life, you know, I grew up with divorced parents. It's fine. You know, it's a different way of of being and such. It's a different format for the family unit, but you know, would it be better if my parents stayed together and argued in front of me, fought in front of me? How many kids are scarred from watching their parents argue with each other until somebody assaults the other person? It's just this isn't— we already know what happens when people who shouldn't be together continue to grit their teeth through their marriage. It doesn't usually end very well. It's not really healthy for kids to watch a deteriorating relationship continue to fester, basically.
the Kids' Choice Awards looking like this before making the announcement that he'd been doing HRT for approximately 2 months, which according to a quick Google search is the medical process for changing genders. Chris would expand on this by stating, "Informed consent HRT saved my and many others' lives. The hurdles GNC people have to jump through to get life-saving gender-affirming healthcare in a first world country is wild to me. Just let people make informed decisions about their own bodies," which received a positive response from both Carl and Mr. Beast, who wrote, "Got you, I did one more heart than Carl because I'm a better friend." While his co-workers expressed positivity, others weren't so welcoming. There goes a father figure the kid won't ever be able to look up to. Hard times create strong men create...
I've heard the strong men create good times weak, but yeah, okay. Sure. Whatever,
good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Weak man times. Chris responded to this comment by stating, "This is just more dog whistling that somehow trans and GNC folks aren't safe around kids. Tucker begs for me to come back when I leave for like 2 days to film. He is so loved and happy. Kids aren't born with hate, it's taught by people like you, and my child will only know love."
Yeah, keep in mind, studies have shown that it's not about having a man and a woman in the house. It's having two parents that produces the best outcomes for children. We found out, they did studies, I believe, there where they, what's the word I'm looking for? They looked at kind of the results of different, different kids with different makeups of their families, and they found that single parenthood is probably, well, obviously not having any parents is the worst, but single parenthood doesn't produce as good of results, whether that be a single father or a single mother. They also found that there's not a significant difference between a gay couple or a straight couple. As long as you have two parents in the household, it seems like you're gonna get the pretty well-adjusted upbringing that you kind of want for people. Lord knows what would happen if you have three parents. God, that kid might be doing even better. Who knows? But yeah,
I know I'm going to be a great parent, and so is every other person who puts the love of their child before everything. I made this decision because I wanted to show up as my best and happiest self for him. In a way, this was for Tucker. Chris's response received some positivity such as, "I'm convinced you're an amazing father. Tucker is lucky to have you and also lucky to have all of those who surround and support you in his life, as well as I adore that. I'm glad you made that decision. It's so much easier to be a parental figure when you're not struggling with dysphoria, yet he'd also receive an equal amount of backlash. You ripped apart your family."
An equal part. Actually, let's be honest. It's going to be a minority of people who shout loudly about how this person ruined their family. Which, again, I can't help but be like, who the fuck are you to tell me about my family? Like, spare me.
And took a father figure away from your son just so you could paint your nails and act zesty. Pathetic. He will get torn apart
what's wrong
at
with
school,
acting
won't
zesty?
want to
I
have
love
friends
acting
around his
zesty.
house. A life full of difference and being alone. Must have missed the point in that tweet. How's this for him when
had
you're
a
depriving
depressing
him of a
upbringing.
father figure? Although Chris wasn't altered by these comments, as he'd once again reiterate his certainty in a new post reading, "It's never too late to start being yourself," which received praise from Mr. Beast as well as Nolan and Carl. However,
Whoa,
these
in
comments
YouTube?
also added extra fuel to the fire. In a few years, look back at this thread and remember
Is there a
that
reason why he keeps doing that? Like, he's already said fire. Is that like a thing? Is that a thing? Okay.
they were never your friends. Only yes men cowards. Hope you come out of this safe. Mr. Beast responded to this with a simple opinion irrelevant ratio, to which the original commenter
get
would
fucked.
state, "I have 30 followers, so go ahead and ratio me. I'll still rest easy knowing that I'm not a coward who idly sits."
Imagine having 30 followers and then paying the $8 to fucking get the blue check mark. What
by
a fucking
watching my
idiot.
friend ruin his own life. In some ways, it was nice to see the boys standing up for Chris on Twitter. However, the situation has already begun to change the dynamic within the videos. For example, in a recent live stream titled "Opening 1,000 Mystery Art Boxes," Chris would once again dress in quite a feminine way, and while everybody participated as usual, the energy and vibe didn't feel nearly as smooth as it normally does. It felt as though there was an unaddressed elephant in the room, and therefore everybody was in their head, as opposed to being in the present moment enjoying each other's company. Maybe everybody was simply too busy opening packages, but Chris did make these bizarre jokes about Jimmy being female, making him incredibly uncomfortable.
Oh my God, Jimmy, look, they drew you. Jimmy, they drew you so well. It looks just like you. Oh, yes. Oh my God, it's Jimmy.
I'm so... God, this is so up to interpretation.
How did fan art? This is
Oh,
what
that's
we were
cool.
looking for. Be brave, be honest, be kind, Mr. Beast. That is my tagline.
Becoming even weirder when each member started to pay each other compliments.
Hey, nice shirt. Thanks, dude. Nice shirt.
Hey, nice shirt.
Thanks, dude. Nice shirt.
Thanks. Nice shirt.
Nice shoes.
For the most...
Imagine thinking it's weird. See, it's really funny. I take it that this is, well, because we already saw like the strongmen create good times bullshit, right? I'm assuming this person is really, really tied, or I guess emotionally invested in the idea of traditional masculinity, which is kind of telling, because he sees it as weird for guys to compliment each other. Meanwhile, I'm sure he's got videos talking about the plight of men in the Western world and everything else. And I can't help but wonder, like, yeah, dude, you're telling guys not to compliment each other, not to affirm that, like to each other that they're doing good jobs, that we all have to be stoic and hard and never flinching and all this stuff. There's always this traditional expectation that weighs really heavy on guys. Really fucking heavy. You know, we're not supposed to show emotion. We're supposed to be stoic. We're not supposed to give compliments to each other because that's gay. Like, this is damaging. The format of masculinity, of being a man that you're advocating, is leading to the damage that we see right now of young men. And it's just telling. It's like, how dare they compliment each other? Oh my God, it's so weird. It's like, it's really not. It's not you think it's weird, because you have this old way of approaching other guys and how to be around them. And because of that, you see compliments as these awful things, these challenges to your masculinity. It's very telling.
part, the live stream was devoid of awkward moments. However, it would act as fodder for another 100 million views worth of drama and criticism. Chris likely believes that people will slowly adapt to his new appearance over time, but is this really going to happen? Well, maybe. It's difficult to say as the situation is fairly unique, especially when considering Chris's reputation and influence. However, if Chris continues to transition, would it be unreasonable to say that he could jeopardize some of the personality traits which made him a successful member in the first place? Perhaps the opposite will happen, and he'll instead pick up new personality traits that better resonate with the current MrBeast audience. This was put forward in many comments supportive of Chris, who implied that there'll be millions of queer kids who look up to him, although this doesn't necessarily mean that it'll add any value to the videos. MrBeast has likely cultivated a massive...
So what's funny to me is the idea that there are queer kids who will watch MrBeast videos and see maybe themselves participating in this stuff. The idea that that in and of itself isn't valuable says a lot about what this person, this sunnyv2 person, sees and calculates as being valuable. Like that in and of itself tells you a lot. Like the idea, I'm gonna turn that light on. But the idea that you would say that that hundreds, probably millions, let's be honest, a lot of people watch MrBeast videos. Millions of kids seeing somebody that they can identify with in, you know, their favorite YouTube videos, whatever, isn't valuable just on that basis. It's a bit odd to me. Like, yeah, like, you know, is it valuable? Do you think it's valuable for suburban white kids to see suburban looking ass white kids be successful like MrBeast? Probably gives them a not creative outlet, but a model of success, a model of a creative outlet maybe. And now there are going to be queer kids who also get that experience from their lens. And I just don't know what the value to the show is. Them being on the show is the value. People like them as the person. Like nothing has changed. They look different, but they're acting more their same self. Maybe not in the way that this guy likes them to act, but there are other very straight people on this show that you can enjoy. It's fine. Like I don't know who it harms. I don't know what the harm done is. But
LGBT audience, all of whom are already watching anyway. And if we've learned anything from Hollywood in recent years, it's that adding over-the-top LGBT characters for the sake of relatability rarely works as intended and is often nothing more than a distraction from the premise of the movie or video. On top of this, it can be uncomfortable and unrelatable for the silent majority, although as we have seen...
I love that, the silent majority. It's always we swear we're the majority, we just don't. We just, whenever we talk, we're just whenever we show up, we're the minority. No, my dude. You're not the silent majority. I'm sorry to let you know. You're just the very loud minority. That's the actual thing you are. There's no such thing as a silent majority. It's a farce. It's bullshit. It's nothing. You're just in the minority. Just accept that. You're just in the minority. That's all. I know you're like, oh my God, I'm a minority. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You are a minority.
A situation like Chris's does have the potential to create an otherworldly amount of discussion, which could be seen as a benefit for the MrBeast brand.
Drama is good for growth, 100%. That would be an easy way to up my base if I got it.
The problem is this type of situation is probably the last thing that MrBeast wants to attract, as he's forced to agree with Chris's position, as he has no way of manipulating the situation without being painted as the bad guy. It's a lose-lose situation for MrBeast. I think Jimmy is in an inescapable situation. If he kicks out Chris, cancelled. If he don't, his channel will die for real. An inescapable...
So, what if, crazy thought, the whole trans part of Chris's identity just doesn't bother him? maybe, crazy thought here, maybe Mr. Beast is a more accepting person than all of the people who are commenting this. Just a thought.
Situation is a pretty good way of describing the drama, which is also why it deserves the harsh label of being a nightmare. Jimmy has no option but to publicly express acceptance of Chris's transition, as silence or even worse, disapproval would come with obvious severe repercussions. However,
also,
in
let's be
accepting
honest.
Chris's
Let's be honest here. This is all projection. That's all this is. This is people who have a problem projecting it onto somebody else and then virtue signaling that they feel bad for that person. You're weirded out by it. All the people who posted this are weirded out by it. And you have two options for all those people. You can either continue to watch and get over it, wear your big boy pants or your big girl pants and get the fuck over it, or you cannot and you can see yourself out. You can either one of those, but that's on you. Like, Mr. Beast as a person will make whatever decision they've decided to make. But this whole projection of like, I can tell that he's upset about this. I can tell that he agrees with us, but he just can't say it. No, dude. He just doesn't agree with you. You can let this one go.
Transition, Jimmy implies that this will be the new normal within the content, thus annoying a different group of people, many of whom will never express their true feelings and may rather simply click on fewer Mr. Beast videos.
Well,
if this is the case, Jimmy has no option but to accept this fate, as removing Chris from the videos in any kind of way could create an even more severe media firestorm. The only clean solution should...
So yeah, you all are in the minority. If you all get weirded out and don't watch Mr. Beast videos, the videos will take a hit. If he boots Chris off and is an asshole, he will have a larger problem to deal with because more people will stop watching. It's almost like you're in the minority.
Things go south might be for Chris to resign himself, and even then rumors and bad press will be unavoidable. Whether it be arrogance or ignorance, Chris seems oblivious to how this whole thing might impact Jimmy, forgetting that he achieved his current level of success by avoiding this exact type of drama.
Drama. Oh man, well that was dog shit. That was literally like all projection. Wow. I've never seen a video that was all like just my opinion grafted on to the person I'm talking about. Okay, wow. All right, well, let's see. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I did see this. Yeah. Maybe we'll read that Thursday? Yeah, maybe we'll read that Thursday. Anyway, can we, let's see, what time is it? 14, this is a 16-minute video. Okay, yeah, we can continue on the transphobe route. All right, so, Bud Light, it's woke, that's what I hear, I don't care, because Bud Light's gross, same with all beers. But Matt Walsh is very not upset about it, but he is very upset, but he's not upset. Keep in mind, he's not upset, but he is upset, but he's not upset. In actuality, let's be honest, he's really upset. Anyway, all right, let's take a look. Bud Light is feeling the heat. Let's find out.
There's nothing unusual about watching a major corporation fumble around hilariously in an increasingly desperate and self-defeating effort to handle a PR crisis of their own making. We've witnessed scenes of this sort many times in the past, but what makes the current drama with Bud Light so unique and perhaps really unprecedented in recent times is that in this case, the corporation is clumsily flailing around in the hopes of appeasing conservatives. We are not the group that these companies are usually trying to impress. It's not our outrage that they are normally responding to. But Bud Light's decision to put out a Dylan Mulvaney celebratory can promoting transgenderism and the desecration and appropriation of womanhood has become a tipping point.
Man.
And things...
He is like really triggered that they sent one person. What did you just knock over? But anyway, yeah, he's like really, really triggered because Bud Light sent one person one specialized, customized can. This is a lot. Matt, do you need something to do in your life, man? Because this is like, you wouldn't have even known about this. Nobody would have known about this. if you would have not made it a big deal, but
things are changing. There's real momentum behind the Bud Light boycott, unlike any other attempted conservative boycott in memory. And that momentum is only growing, even as Bud Light tries to stymie it by doing anything except the one thing that could bring this all to an end, which is to explicitly apologize for pushing gender ideology.
Apologize for, let's be clear, they would be apologizing for trying to sell beer to more people. That's what they'd be apologizing for.
They're not ready to do that yet. So instead, they tried to get around the issue on Friday with a statement from Brendan Whitworth, who's the CEO of Anheuser-Busch. And the statement is remarkable in that it goes on for a long time, but says absolutely nothing at all. It reminds me of every essay I wrote in high school or every Kamala Harris speech. Whitworth wrote, quote, "As the CEO of a company founded in America's heartland more than 165 years ago, I am responsible for ensuring every consumer feels proud of the beer we brew.
I think I read
We're
this.
honored to be a part of the fabric of this country. Anheuser-Busch employs more than 18,000 people, and our independent distributors employ an additional 47,000 valued colleagues. We have thousands of partners, millions of fans, and a proud history supporting our communities, military, first responders, sports fans, and hardworking Americans everywhere. We never intended to be part of a discussion that divides people. We are in the business of bringing people together over a beer. My time serving this country taught me the importance of accountability and the values upon which America was founded: freedom, hard work, and respect for one another. As CEO of Anheuser-Busch, I am focused on building and protecting our remarkable history and heritage. I care deeply about this country, this company, our brands, and our partners. I spend much of my time traveling across America, listening to and learning from our customers, distributors, and others. Moving forward, I will continue to work tirelessly to bring great beers to consumers across our nation." That was the statement. On second thought, maybe he is saying something significant here, because he said that he's going to work to bring great beers to consumers, which means that that must be him announcing that he's quitting the company and going to work for a beer distributor that actually makes great beers. Because if you want to, bring great beers to consumers, then you can't work for Anheuser-Busch. But if that's not what he means, then this statement doesn't say anything, except that Anheuser-Busch is scared and they're panicking, but they have no idea what to do about it. In fact, the statement is it's a master class in self-sabotage. So they shot themselves in the foot, and then they reloaded and shot themselves in the other foot. Because by refusing to directly apologize to their customer base, they've done nothing to quell the controversy or stop the boycott.
By
issuing the statement in the first place, and by admitting at the very least that the transgenderism conversation divides people, even though they didn't say transgenderism, but that's what they're talking about. By referring to it as divisive, they also managed to piss off the left. So it's a statement that appeases no one and makes them look worse to everyone.
That is literally every company. Okay. I want everybody to realize. One second. Let me zoom in so we can actually look at this. I want everybody to understand really quickly that the big Bud Light is worried bit is because, I don't want this to be like super massive, but okay, here we go. Bud Light is really concerned because their stock is doing really poorly, except they're up 9% year over year. This is this has been going on for a week. They have been successful in dropping the stock by, let's see, when did all this start? Because what are we at, right? What the fuck is today? The 18th? Maybe let's do a month. Let's see. So last month it was at 59, right? On the 17th. This month it is up to 64. This is the damage that they've caused. I think I want to say this whole debate started around here. So it went from 66 to 64, and it has kind of stayed around that 64 number, going back up a little over. I don't know when the big drop happened, but yeah. Does this look concerning to any of you? Year over year, up 9%. In the last month, it's up 7%. The last week, it's up under 1%. Today it's down, but by the end of, when we talk about companies doing poorly because they expressed some liberal, maybe even leftist values. Let's be really clear here. This boycott was not successful, and no, they're not worried about anything. Nobody is worried about anything because this is all kind of manufactured, if we're being honest. But just so we have a full, what the fuck just happened to my screens? Full understanding of what is going on. Anyway, continue.
They had a few possible options for dealing with this PR crisis that they created for themselves. None of them are great. You know, you never have a great option when you're in the middle of a PR thing. But some were better than others. And they surveyed all of the options and decided to choose the worst possible one. The one with the biggest downside, but no upside to offset it. But just brilliant stuff. Later on the same day, they decided to take a somewhat different approach. Without addressing the controversy at all, Budweiser put out an ad which was meant to pander to the customer base that they have alienated. Watch.
Ooh, we got a fun ad. Ooh. Horses? Are they trying to appeal to furries?
Let me tell you a story. About a beer.
About a beer.
Rooted in the heart of America.
Isn't that? No, that's St. Louis.
Found in a community.
America.
Where a handshake is a sure contract.
You know what's really funny too is Anheuser-Busch isn't even an American
those who
company.
found opportunity in
It's
challenge
fucking Canadian.
and hope in tomorrow. Raised by
Amazing.
generations, willing to sip, share.
Are they supposed to be gay or is it supposed to be his dad?
Remember.
Guess what? It doesn't matter as long as they bought Bud Light. That's all that matters.
Bigger than beer.
This is a story about a horse.
This is
and look
the
at that
story
majestic
of
horse.
the American spirit.
America.
Let me tell you a story about a beer. Brewed for those who amputate their own genitals. That would have been a more honest script. Instead, they went with the old school pitch to the working class conservatives, hoping that we forget that their vice president is on the record saying she doesn't want to appeal to that demographic anymore. I mean, they're throwing it. They even had a 9/11 reference in that. They're just throwing everything against the wall.
Yeah, didn't they just say that they want to move the perception of Bud Light from frat boys to a broader audience? Also, once again, normal people are just going to drink Bud Light. Like, where's that?
You know, it's not gonna make us lose focus here. We haven't forgotten, and we won't.
We'll
So
never
the boycott
forget.
is still
Never
on.
forget what they took from you.
The only thing that brings this to an end is a groveling apology. That's the only way this ends, or else it ends with Bud Light simply deciding to absorb the damage and deal with the financial repercussions. Either result is acceptable to me because they both would achieve the end goal of punishing corporate wokeism, claiming a scalp, and making an example out of somebody, which is the point here. As for the financial damage, there's no way to be sure how much is being inflicted on the company at this point. You know, we'll have clearer picture of that when the quarterly earnings reports and all that stuff.
Well, yeah, when their stock price is fine.
Starts coming out. Right now, all we have are anecdotes, and the anecdotal evidence makes a pretty compelling case that the boycott is making a serious dent. The New York Post published an article interviewing industry analysts who admit that this boycott, quote, has legs. Justin Kendall, who's the editor of a beer industry trade publication, Brewbound, said that from what he's seen, the anti-Bud Light movement has gone from social media and it's made its way into the mainstream. You know, there's reports that have come in from all over the country of bars and restaurants that are refusing to serve Bud Light, and other ones that will still serve it, but they're not able to sell it. One of the most telling signs is a cell phone video, which was captured from a concert where the country artist Riley Green was performing, and he changed the lyrics in one of his songs. The song usually contains the line, "I wish coolers never run out of cold Bud Light." But as his own protest against the beer brand, he changed it to say, "I wish coolers never run out of cold Coors Light." And listen to the audience's reaction to that. Here it is.
He does know. You know, do I need to say it? He does know that Coors Light is just as woke, if not more woke, than Bud Light. He does. These fucking idiots know this, right? They do know that every company panders to every demographic. because they would like to make, and I know this is going to be shocking to those watching, money. They want money. And they want the gay money, and the straight money, and the frat money, and the country money. They want all the monies. Like,
yes, that's a very convincing sign that boycott Bud Light is not just a Twitter phenomenon.
well,
But the
no,
most
it's a
important
conservative
sign is the
phenomenon.
behavior of the company itself. The statement
Come
they
on.
put out, the ad.
Come
you know,
on.
none of that says much, but it does say one
This
thing,
isn't
which
even
is
new.
that the company is worried. Yet they're getting an assist. You know, they're worried. Their back's against the wall here a little bit, but they are getting an assist from what some may consider an unexpected source. Though if you've been paying attention to politics for longer than say
Kid
30
Rock
minutes,
and
you would
his
very much expect
MP5?
it. The Republican establishment is beginning to circle the wagons around Anheuser-Busch. As the Daily Beast reports, quote, the National Republican Congressional Committee quietly deleted a fundraising page on Saturday that took aim at one of its largest donors, the parent company of Bud Light, Anheuser-Busch. The NRCC's backpedaling follows conservative calls for a boycott of the beer company after it partnered with transgender TikTok personality Dylan Mulvaney. On Saturday morning, the powerful committee that provides support to Republican congressional campaigns blasted out a tweet.
I love the idea that provides support. It pays for their elections. It pays for their campaigns. That's what this group does. This group pays them money, and then Republicans do the thing that these groups give them money to do. That's how this relationship works.
Calling for supporters to donate to the NRCC and, in exchange, be given a custom drink koozie.
Ooh, a fun
Thanks to Dylan
koozie.
Mulvaney, we
I'm
can all
assuming that's
finally
like
admit
little
that Bud Light
jackets.
tastes like water, the NRCC said in a since-deleted tweet that the Daily Beast reviewed and can be seen in the article. With
Amazing.
our new koozies, you can make sure that no one confuses Bud Light with real beer ever again. But
My
shortly
God.
after, it
I
was
love
posted around
how
9:30
scorched
a.m.,
earth
the
they're
tweet was
going.
taken down. Later on Saturday afternoon, the corresponding fundraising page was also nixed. The decision to reverse course is almost certainly a reaction to the reality that the parent company behind Bud Light.
Okay. I've actually had enough because my point. I don't really need to see more. I don't need to Philip Seymour Hoffman. All right. Let's talk about this really quick. Is this going to work? Has it worked? Well, we know that their stock price hasn't really taken much of a hit. Their sales, I'm sure, have taken a small hit. I'm absolutely sure of that. Will that matter at the end of the day? I don't think so. Mainly because Anheuser-Busch, any of these companies, have a lot of different streams of revenue and will probably be able to recoup any of this fairly easily. Not only that, but consider that there are going to be people, the same way there are those that, decided to not purchase Bud Light anymore. There are going to be people who are going to be motivated from the opposite perspective. There are going to be people who will buy Bud Light because they want to support a company that they see making a positive decision. This will eventually even itself out, and eventually the boycott will move on when people find the next thing that they're triggered by, right? But what's the long-term ramification? Well, if you're a normal American, if you're a normal person, you buy your beer from the store, you buy your chicken from the store, you buy whatever else it is, your cereal, whatever. You go to the store, you buy that, you walk out, right? And now you're hearing that for whatever reason, you should stop buying Bud Light because they had some sponsor that some people didn't like. Does that seem reasonable? Imagine, if you will, you really enjoy Mountain Dew. You know, you think it's delicious, especially Baja Blast. I'm right there with you. You enjoy your Mountain Dew. You buy like a 6-pack, maybe every week or 2 weeks or something like that. And all of a sudden you hear from a friend of yours that you shouldn't buy Mountain Dew because, I don't know, Donald Trump was photographed drinking Mountain Dew and endorsing Mountain Dew, you'd probably say, like, okay, why the fuck do I care? I buy a bottle of Mountain Dew is for me. I'm not bothered by whatever the fuck Trump does. This is an example. Even if let's even go farther. Let's say Trump shows up in like a Mountain Dew ad or a sponsorship or whatever, right? Now, Mountain Dew is the official drink of the Trump campaign, right? Are there going to be people who are like, oh man, I don't know if I want to support Mountain Dew, because of their connection to Donald Trump? Absolutely, there are going to be people who decide that. But don't you think most regular people are going to go, why the fuck do I care about that? What does that have to do with me drinking my delicious Mountain Dew? And you see, that's kind of the problem that I think Matt Walsh and others on the right wing are making, is that they're not just posing that, because, there's always a boycott this, boycott that on Twitter, right? There's always some group of people arguing for that, but that doesn't gain a lot of traction. Whereas this Bud Light one is becoming a battleground, a line in the sand for Republican Party voters. And there are going to inevitably be people who go, since when the fuck do I decide who I'm voting for or which party I affiliate with based on me drinking my Bud Light that I enjoy? And every single time Matt Walsh goes out there and derides Bud Light and does like his, it might as well be water instead of beer, all this stuff. What he's doing is cutting out the normal people who don't give a fuck about any of this shit, who couldn't care less that Dylan Mulvaney was on one can of Bud Light, who couldn't care less about their campaign to market to a different demographic for once. They don't care. And I think this overreach and this obsession that they have, I don't think this is going to play out very well. They'll probably get some minor victory in the way of, there will be some profits hurt by it. But in terms of the culture, in terms of the actual thing that they want to change people's minds, this is not going to be it. The same way that when leftists got all over Twitter and were like, don't play the Harry Potter game, don't play the Hogwarts games, and that was, I understood it, but let's be honest here, it was not really worth making a battlefield. You see, when it comes to, the political, battlefield, I suppose one could say, when it comes to the culture war, let's just call it what it is. When it comes to the culture war, it's all about picking your battles. And conservatives have picked Bud Light. I don't think, the same way that I think that left-leaning people picked a bad target in Hogwarts Legacy, the right has picked Bud Light. And I do think that the appeal of Bud Light is a little bit broader than the appeal of specifically one Hogwarts centered video game. But it's just, this isn't going to pay off, I think, the way they think it will. And I feel like it's just going to end up alienating normal people who are like, can I just drink my fucking beer? The same way some people are like, can I just play my video game? I get it. J.K. Rowling, piece of shit. But I just want to play my Harry Potter game. And, you kind of alienate those people. You got to pick your battles a little bit better. You got to pick your battles on ground that isn't going to put you in odds with normal people. Sometimes you should. Sometimes the why do I care position, you need to tell those people why they should care. But this is not one of those cases where I think they're going to be able to convince, some large swath of people that suddenly they shouldn't drink Bud Light. It's Same thing with the Hershey's, with everything else. It's always, they're always going to find. They keep saying Coors Light. Do one look into Coors Light. They've been pro gay marriage since like the 80s, I think. So it's just, it's silly. It's very silly. They're being very silly. And I hope that they end up paying for it. Bud Light does suck, although I don't like any beer. So I think all beer sucks. And we'll suck after Mulvaney. Exactly. Yeah. Don't let the truth. Yeah. Yeah. The American truth. That Bud Light sucks. Precisely. Zazie gets it. Anyway. Okay. Yeah. There's just, and again, we looked at the stock price. They'll be fine. They'll honest to God be fine. They're not going to be that worried about it. And if they are, they'll fucking deal with it. But the regular American worker is like, I just want to drink my beer and watch my football, and I don't feel like if you've ever heard those people, if you've ever heard the same group of people get really upset because you brought politics into football, during the Kaepernick era, understand that there are going to be people who are going to say the same thing about Bud Light, because they're going to be like, why are you bringing politics into my fucking beer? Why do you do this? And again, elections are won on margins in this country, on independence. And this, I think, will turn independence off. But, okay, that's enough of me opining on that. All right, that's it for today. Oh, man, it's already 4:40. Wow. Time really does fly. Do I have any notes for Thursday? Not really. Other than Thursday would be the usual time, 7 p.m. We'll probably go over... What did we skip? Oh, we only skipped like one video, and it was kind of the one I wasn't that interested in. So that's good. Yeah. Otherwise, Thursday at 7 o'clock here. I have no other notes. I want to thank, Jack, aka Tall Fry, for coming on and having a very civil, very nice conversation. I also want to, I don't know if I want to thank Armed With My Opinions. Eventually that just turned into a big racist screed. But, I appreciate him at least finally getting the gumption to come on and talk, even if that conversation veered wildly off of the gun control that I wanted to talk about. But, we can kind of accept that. Either way, though, if you've learned anything, if you enjoyed what you saw, if you got some catharsis, or if you just like lurking in chat, I would really appreciate it if you hit the follow button if you're on Twitch, and the subscribe button if you're on YouTube. Really helps me out, helps out the channel, helps kind of keep the ball rolling on this whole thing. Otherwise, you go and have a lovely day and do something fun and smile and kiss babies or whatever. I don't know. But either way, Bud Light sucks. That's pretty much it. Bye-bye. Yeah, we'll go with that.